Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy and honored to chair this morning's session about schools as learning hubs of local communities. We will take a journey around Europe and discuss about lessons learned this past 2 years. And we will start from the two extremes of the Learning from the Extremes project, up northwest and down southeast, Ireland and Cyprus. I'm very honored to welcome Daiti and Theodora, who are going to present their experience with schools in Cyprus and in Ireland. Dora, Daiti, the floor is yours. Before we start, I would like to kindly remind that we will have 14 minutes for each presentation. Okay? 14.
Good morning, everyone. We need our
presentation. 14. No, that's great. And the notes. No, please, you say good morning. We're ready to go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Theodora. I come from Cyprus. I'm a teacher's trainer at the Cyprus Pedagogical Institute. Actually, I'm an ICT background and attached to the ministry. And my colleague.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dahi, and as it says in the film, good morning, Vietnam. So this morning we're going to talk about perceptions of teachers. Our passion is teachers, our passion are schools. If it doesn't make a difference in teachers' lives, we're not interested. So we'd like to tell you a story. And the story begins about a study between our two countries and how teachers perceive learning from the extremes. And learning from the extremes, as you know, it's the reason why you're here. Sophocles, the team, Nikos, and thank you all for the invitation. It is about looking at schools, rural schools, in the extremes of Europe. And this is what this is all about. Story about the tiny little school with the one teacher, the two teacher, the children come from every nationality. If you're a teacher, there's only one thing important in your life, that child. And if that child isn't important, then go work for the ministry.
So who we are, you already heard who we are. It's Cyprus vs. Ireland and Ireland vs. Cyprus. Why we chose to present our two countries' teachers' perspectives? Because we are extremes. We are on the extremes end of Europe, and we have similarities, a lot of similarities.
We're divided countries. We both have borders. We are both agricultural countries, yet we believe a lot in technology. Both countries have ancient traditions. We have soul, and we know how to love. And that's all that matters. Mind you, an awful lot of Cypriots don't marry Irish, but that's okay. Greeks do. So, we're going to look at this through an interpretive. Look at the picture down the bottom right, please. An interpretive study approach is all about patterns. Do we see any patterns in the research we did with teachers? The teachers told us their stories. So what we wanted to do is look at education as a process. School is alive. If it is alive, we need to understand what's happening in there. And then we got the data from the teachers. And this is what Learning from the Extremes was about in all of our countries. Whether it was Cyprus, whether it was Ireland, whether it was Portugal, whether it was Spain, whether it was Romania. The big thing is what stories. So this is the website. This will all be shared with you afterwards. But what is perception?
6.
Now, if you look at this one, those with a funny kind of a mind might think, Dahi 69. But the reality is 96. But two teachers can look at something and see something different. And that's what this is about. How do you perceive learning from the extremes? So everything was based on a HEC model. Don't worry about this. But HEC means highly equipped and connected classrooms. We looked to see where the schools were. Each school, every school, over 150 of them, chose where they were to start. My school is here because this is the hardware I have as a connected school. Some schools didn't even have Wi-Fi. Never mind broadband, never mind computers. Oh, by the way, for the ministry, welcome to 21st century teaching and learning. And now some ministers are telling us children now have to go back without any technologies. Why don't we all go back to the Stone Age? But this is what it was about. And from an Ireland perspective in Cyprus, we're not looking at SWOT analysis. Why? Why should we deal with W for weakness? We don't have weaknesses in schools. We have C, challenges. So that's what we did. What were the strengths, challenges, opportunities, and threats? Strengths and challenges are what happened inside in the school. Opportunities and threats are what happened outside.
Outside.
So, in Ireland, that's the data. Hey, Richie, that's the data from Ireland. Hey, Ronnie, that's the data. That's what the statisticians like. Isn't that right, Nikos? The data. But look at it. Down at the very bottom is what's important. Don't worry about it. You can read it later. But here's what it means. There was a 32.5% difference between the teachers and the schools in the beginning and the end. Now, for those who are statisticians, that basically means that there was an increased awareness after 2 years of a project. There was enhanced learning experiences because of the technology. There was improved communication and collaboration. The data that they got from the students and teachers was driving teaching and learning.
Correct.
The technology was making the difference in the teachers' lives and the children's lives and the community's lives. So 10,000 euro given to each of the Irish schools in a small school made a big difference. Also, there was a positive impact on academic development. Why? Because children who might be differently abled were able to use tablets and equipment for personalized learning. Special needs assistants and English language teachers were able to help the students more. It was more personalized. Why? Do you want to know why? Because we're all different. Yet governments want one assessment model. Everyone wants to be a fish. We're not all fish. Everyone must be an elephant.
Yeah.
We're not all elephants. So what we have is we had emotional development, social development, and personal growth for the teachers. They had continuous professional development. And Theodora is going to lay out the Cypriot case, but right now, just to say the differences were exceptional. I now hand over to the land of Aphrodite and the gods and goddesses of the sea.
Oh my God, Aphrodite's Island had 5 schools participating in the LFE project. Small scale, Cyprus, but very impactful results. You can see the small dots at the left down corner, right corner of Europe, but and you can see Irish schools, 15 schools from Ireland, 5 only from Cyprus. So we had to allocate 80,000 euros to all schools. You see here what they proposed, what they which budget they proposed, but we divided the 80,000 euros to all of them, regardless the size of each school. We had 5 schools, 3 primary, 1 gymnasium, it's lower secondary school, and 1 lyceum, 900 plus students, 150 teachers, and you can see there the initial developmental graph that was created based on their proposals. Now, our data, very, very promising, very impactful. Technology, the majority of the technology was dedicated to personal devices, student devices. It makes the difference. We have a teacher from Cyprus here. She will present later on how actually these results are justifying what I'm saying. Tablets and smartphones to be used with VR, XR technologies. Robotics and microcontrollers also, there is a shift to programming and computational thinking. So we supported them and to invest on those technologies. And of course, active boards were one of the main technology investments that at least every school did. And it was very impactful also. Network in Cyprus, network infrastructure for school is designed by the ministry. They were public schools, so they invested on Wi-Fi technologies and yeah, going on. And you can see we, as national coordinators, gave the most of the emphasis to teachers. 200 plus training hours, both in every type you see here. So they got trained. We supported them in school, on school basis, and of course we supported them and we advised them to use also educational software. It's a need for every teacher to have, and also you can see how many technologies. Our results are presented, presented in this graph. You can see the improvement in all areas. So HEC model, 4 schools have managed to enter the initial, the entry level of HEC, and we have 1 school that is going very easily to get to the cutting edge. So challenges. Short duration of the school time, only 9 months was the pilot, so imagine if we had more time. Relocation of teachers to other schools, the public system, so I think our Greek colleagues agree with us. Public procedures for acquiring technology, very demanding and very time-consuming, but digital competence for teachers, yes, we can train them. We can provide them support, but the main issue is how to integrate what they learned into learning design. So we dedicate a 30-hour program, blended program with our associates to educate them on how to integrate digital technologies into learning. We had difficulties in digital competences for students. There are gaps between students, especially in primary education. Managers were a problem with low competences on digital skills. And of course, ensuring sustainability was an issue that troubled them. So the impact, significant impact on the school and wider community. It is very imperative to use the one-to-one student device. We have to support towards that direction. And of course, we have a lot of good practices for integrating technologies. They created communities, learning communities and practice communities. They share ideas, they share learning experiences. That's one of the most important things in teaching practice. And of course, as you can see, they joined several other initiatives to towards sustainability. Job satisfaction.
Most important.
It's one of the most, we saw teachers became happy. Christiana can say that, yeah. And of course, all this has to be done with a certain approach, reflecting on what I am, on what I have, my competences, create an action plan, monitoring, reflect again, again, and again. It's a cyclic procedure and get improved. So.
We're going to leave these here because you can read them, we don't have time. But from Ireland, I'd like to pick the top one. And I want to thank my colleague Peter Coakley down the back because we've worked as co-pilots here with 15 schools. LFE, Learning from the Streams, was a life-changing experience for our schools. I leave it at that, life-changing experience. That's the only one I want to choose. Theodora, which one do you want? Pick one.
Lessons became a pleasure. Transformative experience.
Love. Now tell that to your ministers. Assess love.
And looking forward to the next project.
Project conclusions are all there for you to read because we don't have time except the bottom right-hand corner. To be continued. Learning from the extremes. Thank you to team and for Athena and Sophia and everyone who's run this.
And teachers.
To teachers, more importantly, because they are the life and blood soul. What we have told you is a story. There is a lot more to look into here, but in reality, find us on LinkedIn. Just Google crazies and you'll see them. But more importantly, the story that has been told by LFE Sophocles is one which has been a journey of joy, pleasure, love, and impact. Now, if Europe can't see that, we have a problem. That's why Cyprus and Ireland do so well together. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dora. Thank you, Daiti. I have the pleasure now to introduce Matti van Buul, another partner in the LFE project, who is going to discuss broadband internet connectivity in rural schools, a reality check, and some best case examples. Matti.
Well, thank you, Dora and Dohi. You gave me a very hard act to follow, but I will try. It's okay. I will try to now bring the level down from the spiritual levels to real on-the-ground level, and I will be talking about something quite boring, but I think something essential in the work that we are all doing in education. Namely, one of the components of successful technology-based digital learning of the 21st century, namely the part connectivity. But to do that, we are talking about rural education, so I'm going to just contain the presentation to the part rural. What is rural? Everybody calls themselves rural. For example, in the beginning, Doi said, well, whole of Ireland is rural. That's correct if you want to, but you cannot compare a school in the middle of Dublin with a school on a little island off the west coast. So we have to have some kind of a definition for what rural is. And for the sake of this presentation and the work that we in our work package have been doing, we defined rural as what was an Eurostat accepted definition, namely the degree of urbanization up to the local administrative unit in the NUTS 3 level, which means up to the name of your place, the place that the school is in. For example, a little village in Ireland can be close to Dublin, but it can be described as rural because of its actual position, distance from a city, number of people per square kilometers, and elements like that, objective parameters, if you want to. Here's a little map of Europe where you see everything that's green, the color is a little bit different. Everything that's green is considered predominantly rural. And indeed, if you look at Ireland, almost all of Ireland is green, but there are still urban centers. Now we are talking about the schools that are in rural areas, and that's a serious population. 3 out of 10 Europeans, according to the Eurostat statistics, live in rural areas. And rural areas, just a quick context, have their typical challenges because of the remoteness, the isolation. You see typically there that the oldest population in Europe is living in rural areas predominantly. There's the lowest socioeconomic status. The difference between, for example, rural and urban areas and suburban areas is in Finland about 10% in average income. In Bulgaria it's up to 40%. So there is a real lower socioeconomic status. There's a lower population density. That's quite logical, of course. There's a limited diversity of local economic activity, typical agriculture, some mining as well, tourism, but it's limited. You don't find the very busy economic activities that you will find in cities. And there's a vulnerability for change, or they are called relatively conservative, if you like. Conservative in the acceptance, for example, of new technologies, culture, and so on. The challenges in rural areas are expressed in less public services. This is very important. Public services and commercial services in general, for example, the fact that there is a depopulation is very often connected to the absence of medical services or education services. If, for example, you know that on average in Europe, in urban areas, the average distance to a medical doctor is 3 kilometers. On average in Europe, in rural areas, that's 21 kilometers. So that says something. The same thing for schools. While in an urban area, parents have the choice within 3 kilometers between 2 or more schools. In a rural area, there may be no choice at all. Or maybe you'll have to send your children long distance to a school. Same thing with secondary schools, where you have to send your kids maybe to a school further than, on average in Europe, 30 kilometers away, which can explain why people are sometimes moving. It's easier to move by car to your work in a rural area than to have to bring your kids to school every day back and forth. There's a limited attraction for high skills, and there's less opportunities for choice in about everything. There are also some opportunities, if you want to, or some advantages of living in rural areas. I'm not going into bigger detail about this, but in general, people are happier. And very important, there's a great community feeling in rural areas, which means also that there is often more support for initiatives, for example, from schools. Education challenges, now I'm focusing on the topic, is that in rural areas you see less resources in general. There are less competencies, typically special needs education capacity, for example, is something that you may not find in every local rural school, or high ICT capacity and skills. There is a relatively high level of attrition in schools, which means that experience often leaves the schools, or you have teachers that stay there because they are teachers that live in the village and not drop there because of a ministry policy. Isolation is a big issue. That means there are often no colleagues, no peers to exchange with. And in general, there's less access to ICT and to teaching and learning materials. What are the ICT challenges then in education? Access to hardware and devices. Also, these have to do with the cost and also with the fact that there is no such great choice for availability in these areas. Digital skills and competencies. It is a 5-leg chair if you want to, but if one of the chairs is broken, then the chair is out of balance. You need, and the hardware, you need digital skills and competencies to work with the hardware and work with the software. You need digital teaching and learning materials and access to that. You need to support continuously to make sure that everything stays working and that you stay up to date with it. And then you need connectivity. If one of these fails, you have a problem with all of them, with the implementation of technology in education. So why would you need connectivity? And now we come to the core topic. You need connectivity to access digital resources and also more and more to upload. So don't forget that we are looking more and more to symmetric connectivity. We needed to stream educational media, for example, videos. You need it for online testing, increasingly virtual labs, simulations, AR and VR. You need it for video conferencing to bring colleagues into the classroom, or also to give classes to your pupils when they are out of class. Think of COVID. And we need increasingly access to cloud-based educational tools. These applications are really increasing. There's demand more and more, and they also mean that there's more and more demand on the network. So they all require the equipment, the skills, the software, the content, etc. But more and more, everything is online and everything is now demanding good connectivity. What do we consider good connectivity? I'm basing this on the guidelines from, for example, the European programs on this that are giving kind of a generic guideline for European education as such. At the moment, the recommendation is that by 2025, every school in Europe should have 1 gigabit per second. The latency is recommended to be less than 30 milliseconds and preferably lower, for example, for AR and VR. Latency means it's the reaction time between your click and response on the server. So if you click and you have to wait too long, then it becomes unworkable, certainly, for example, for simulations, AR, VR, and things like that. Packet loss means that not everything comes to you, so things may have to be retransmitted, etc. So that should be as little as possible. Now, connectivity also depends largely on your local wireless networking, the quality of that. It should be chosen to be future-proof and scalable, so not a technology that you know if next year we're going to implement AR, the technology cannot handle it, it's not a good choice. It should be chosen for security issues, like, for example, filtering for particular schools or audiences, for maintenance and support. And, of course, as an important factor, the cost. Connectivity options that you have. Quickly, DSL is based on telephone networks, and telephone networks is generally available everywhere, more or less. So that's a good option, also because, practically speaking, it's cheap and it should be available almost everywhere. The problem is that with distance, the quality of DSL is diminishing and it becomes less and less of a good solution. Cable, by the way, I'm giving download and upload speeds. Their target figures, they may differ according to your provider. So cable may not an option, especially in rural areas. It's more like an urban solution, but it's better. Fiber is the successor of the telephone network, but it may not be available in your rural area. Satellite is available everywhere. It comes from the sky, so there is no limitation on distance or location. But it is not highly reliable, and to get good quality services, you have to pay a lot. WiMAX is not everywhere available. It's suitable in rural areas, but it needs line of sight, so it's not an ideal solution, and it's relatively expensive to install, in fact. And it's not something that you can install yourself. You'll have to wait until a provider installs it. Then 4G, 5G, advantages it's mobile. It has potential for being high speed, but there's limited coverage. Again, you need towers, you need antennas in your own area, and the cost of it is relatively expensive. Now, when we look at our schools that participate in learning from extremes, just a quick overview of the level of education. We have the largest part is primary, then we have secondary, and then we have combination of primary, secondary, and vocational schools. The type of access technology, 99% of the schools in the population responded that broadband is available in their rural location. But only 80% said that they have access to broadband in their school themselves. That's very important. The type of access that they have is largely fiber. That's the one on the right in the dark red. Then DSL, then cable, then WiMAX, and then satellite and microwave, very, very minimal. There's only very few schools that have that. Research network is probably some flavor of DSL and satellite. Now, you can say, well, is that a reality? Yes, indeed. At the moment, there is broadband availability in all rural areas. 99% of Europe is covered with broadband. there is something to say about what is broadband. Now, your ISP may sell you a product that is called broadband, but what does it perform? When you look at the satisfaction of the schools with their broadband connection, you see that more than half, more than 60% in fact, was not happy with their connection. But what is that not happy? Now, if we look at the figures, the important figure is the median figure, if you want to. More than 50% of the schools have broadband connections that are slower than 30 megabit per second. If you think of what Europe is aiming at and what is, in fact, a good target figure, like 1 gigabit per second, if you think of the class size, if you have 20 computers hanging off a 30 megabit per second line or less, there's no progress. There's nothing really moving. Upload speed, okay, less relevant, but something that will become much more important in the future. Also for quality, latency is not bad, like 30%, like the average is 46. It shows that, in fact, most of the schools indeed are connected to broadband connectivities. This is an indication for that, but it can always be improved. Retransmission, again, that's not too bad. So, what are the challenges then for connectivity in this? You need to really, if you want to improve your connectivity situation, you really need to investigate what the offer is and what the performance really is that your ISP is offering you. And look at the figures, not at like a promotion. The problem is that in your area, you may not have a lot of choice. The support is very important. Do you have people in your school or in your community that can help you to maintain your connectivity? And maintenance is essential to maintain the whole cycle. For example, if you have an access point that needs to be maintained, if you have network routers, switches, and so on, they have to be maintained. If you have computers, all the devices have to be maintained, updated, kept virus-free, made sure that they don't hug the bandwidth, because these are the things, in fact, that really define the performance of your network. Then, of course, the quality of your teaching and learning materials is important. If they are not adapted to broadband, for example, or if they're not adapted to optimized use for broadband, if, for example, your files are too big, then, of course, you will be clogging too much traffic on the network. Digital skills and competencies is to do also with how you use the teaching and learning materials. And then finally, the devices that you're using. Are they fit for what you want to do? Are your switches suitable for bigger broadband? Is everything kept up to date and safe? There are some good examples of community initiatives that try to come towards this. For example, this is a Canadian example. There was a village that was rather poorly connected. In fact, that was only connected with telephone, but the village itself did a village initiative where the whole community decided that they were going to set up like a company of their own to bring broadband in. That is a possibility that you can do. That's on large-scale community action, but it can be done. In France, for example, they do now the same actions also to combine medical and educational services to make sure that there are attractive options for the telecom operators to bring broadband into your town. Another example is from a Greek island where a bed and breakfast that was using mainly the connectivity in the summer was sharing the broadband connection with the schools because the rest of the year they didn't need it, and during the summertime the school didn't need it. So sharing connectivity can help. Also, parents that are higher skilled can help in schools to bring support to the local GP and to the local school. So, in short, that is my message. The big issue is you're depending on, in fact, the telecom operators. So it's not easy to go out and shop and say, I want a better connection in my school. I think it's to go to the telecom operators and to go together with your ministry and say, We all need it, so please put pressure on the telecom operators to provide us with the solutions. They are there, but you have to know what to ask for and put pressure on your local towns and the higher levels of your authorities. Good luck with learning from extremes in the extremes and with the connectivity there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mati. We go to Greece, to my colleagues from the Institute of Education and Policy, who are going to discuss, Maria Nika, Stavroula Vourvouli, and Christina Rieta Sika, the development of partnerships among remote schools in the context of school self-evaluation procedures as a means of enhancing openness and networking. Να φτιάξω το... Δεν θέλει να φαίνεται αυτό. Θέλετε να φαίνεται αυτά.
Αυτά, εντάξει,
Όχι σε εσάς. Όχι. Δηλαδή, άμα κάνω αυτό δεν σας βολεύει. Θέλει να φαίνεται σημείωση από κάτω, σωστά.
Εντάξει, δεν πειράζει όμως, αν θέλετε τους έχουμε τυπωμένους.
Α, τις έχετε τυπωμένες. Αχ, πού ήταν έτσι.
Να το αφήσουμε.
Προβολή.
Να μην καθυστερούμε.
Δεζάντες και πότε τι λέει. Νομίζω αυτό. Όχι, δεν είναι αυτό. Όχι, δεν έχει. Εντάξει, αν τις έχετε.
Dear participants, good morning. My name is Stavroula Vourvouli, and I am the coordinator of Quality and Evaluation Unit in Hellenic Institute of Education and Policy. With my colleagues, Dr. Maria Nika, Head of Department C, in Service Training and Evaluation, and Rieta Christina Sika, Associate Coordinator of Quality and Evaluation Unit, will present the development of partnerships among remote schools in the context of school self-evaluation as a means of enhancing openness and networking. We'll begin with the purpose and necessity of this study. The purpose is to highlight the process of school self-evaluation for two main reasons. First, the school self-evaluation process focuses on an evaluated mechanism which offers the possibilities for all members of the school community, teachers, parents, students, local community, to cooperate in the assessment of the school's education work and its improvement. Secondly, there is also the potential to create a strong network among schools. According to the educational research, schools in general face common problems, and collaboration leads often to more effective solutions. Remote schools in Greece especially benefit from networking because of the country's special geomorphological topography. The necessity is to inform schools about good practices regarding networking and developing partnerships, and to give food for thought to educational policymakers to encourage and promote all the partnerships. Okay. What is school evaluation? The two main forms of school evaluation are external and internal. The external school evaluation is carried out by education authorities outside the school itself, with the main objective to hold the institution accountable for the educational work provided. It is carried out by external actors and collects data for purposes of comparability and possibly generalization. On the other hand, internal evaluation aims to diagnose, develop, and improve the organization by creating a culture of collaboration, inquiry, and co-responsibility. Okay. Our presentation focus on internal evaluation. The internal evaluation is distinguished in hierarchical evaluation and the self-evaluation based on the collective assessment of the educational work. The purpose of self-evaluation is to recognize proceedings, gathering data, using qualitative and quantitative methods, planning and implementation of action plans for targeted improvement. Some of the objectives are encourage partnerships and collaboration with agencies, community, and to create a network. Based on educational research, some of the benefits of creating a school networking are the following. Schools share the same problems or share common goals for school improvement. Sense of belonging makes teachers more daring in publishing their work. Reflective dialogue, targeted actions, the enhanced and mutual understanding of values and behaviors are promoted. Collaboration, research and development for school improvement at low cost is enhanced. Common problem solving, teacher professional development, and member empowerment are promoted. And finally, the concept of the professional learning community is strengthened. In the bottom line, the remote schools are mainly benefited from all the above. Now, what is happening in Greece? In Greece, the school evaluation, internal and external, is an annual institutional process. Coordinated and supported by the Institute of Education and Policy. This is the third year of implementation. In summary, the framework of school self-evaluation includes a collective planning, formation of action groups, and 9 thematic axes, and with a final internal evaluation report. We focus on axis 7, named school and community. The indicators characterizing the axis are initiatives to form school networks, strengthening relationships and pursuing partnerships with agencies, openness of school, and dissemination of good practices. We present in this study results from qualitative analysis of data from schools' internal assessment reports relating to remote schools only. The action plans emerged as good practices by the schools themselves in the EPS digital platforms. Dr. Nika?
I will continue. So we can see more or less the same characteristics we used to have in learning from the extremes, exactly what our colleagues said earlier, our colleagues from Cyprus and Ireland. So we have almost the same procedures and results, but in another context, not in LFE, but in self-evaluation procedures. So you can see here, I'm not going to read the numbers, but here you can see the data from 552 remote schools in Greece. That's the whole number, out of about 14,000 schools that we have in the country. You can see that almost 15% of the action plans by schools during these 3 years were focused on networking. We're talking about remote schools now. And we're only going to show you one example that we have picked as a good practice. All good practices can be found in our website for the school evaluation. So we can see an example from the first gymnasium of Empona in the island of Rhodes. The title of their action plan was Creation of a Schools Network from North to South, So this is what I was saying, what I was talking about. It's something like Cyprus and Ireland showed before, but we have the same thing in Greece. So we had students from the participating schools meet and interact to learn about the local tradition, culture, customs, and tradition of the students' home places. We had students from Empona of Rhodes, with students from Agios Nikolaos in Crete, and students in Yanitsa. Here you can see some pictures. The information is on our website. You can see that, of course, all this was possible through ICT and teleconferences, and students also had the opportunity to travel and meet their counterparts in those other schools. And because we don't have time, we have seen from schools' reports that schools and students were very happy with this, meeting their counterparts, learning about other cultures in Greece. They developed partnerships, and community building, of course, was there. We think that after all, policymakers and school advisors and school leaders need to encourage and support this kind of cooperations that were implemented through LFE and going through school evaluation and action plan procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will continue with someone from my hometown, so I'm very pleased to introduce Mary Stilidi from the Directorate of Primary Education in Piraeus, who is going to talk about a lifeline to learning, a checklist for overcoming digital barriers to inclusion in online learning for rural areas.
Good morning, dear participants. My name is Mary Stilidi. I'm a science and education consultant for occupational therapy at the Greek Ministry of Education. Several restrictions, such as COVID-19, reveal issues related to ICT access in many rural areas and threaten to worsen digital exclusion on an unprecedented scale. Limited internet access and the lack of digital devices can impede remote learning and preparation for future education and careers for students. Thus, training rural education in ICT technologies is crucial to keeping education in rural communities thriving. Improving digital connectivity in rural areas via infrastructure initiatives is vital to developing all aspects of rural communities, including education. Awareness of digital possibilities in rural communities is also important in adopting new technologies and should be promoted. Digital technologies can also support educators, especially in schools experiencing educator shortages. Digital technology can bridge distances and establish school networks to combat isolation due to remoteness by providing technology-mediated learning opportunities for students and education. Collaborative virtual spaces can support each other by responding to staffing challenges and content access needs and working together on innovative activities. In this presentation, we will see a checklist as a practical, hands-on tool to help program teams reflect on digital barriers to inclusion during online learning in rural areas and make adjustments that result in more inclusive practices. The purpose of this checklist is to mitigate exclusion that many students and educators face due to digital and technological barriers in online learning. The checklist is an attempt to address the most common barriers to meaningful digital participation that participants may face. Who is this for? As a practical tool, this checklist is intended for diverse kinds of international education development teams that increasingly rely on online learning to meet their program goals for rural areas. Let's see how to navigate this checklist. It divides consideration into 3 phases: planning, engagement, such as training, and reflection, which can increase digital inclusion for students and educators. In the initial planning phase, programs should focus their efforts on reaching out to learners and understanding their needs better. Teams should test assumptions about learners, including their lived experiences and needs, as well as their broader context. These insights then need to inform decisions about logistics, budgets, staffing, and outcomes. Steps of this phase. While assessing student and educator needs, identify technology or digital access barriers. IRIX's online collaboration guide for facilitators include the practical digital needs diagnostic and platform selection tool. While assessing student and educator needs, identify and include varying abilities. Determine what accommodations they may need. Plan for students and educators who will access content via mobile. Consider what it will cost them to access the material if they are paying for mobile data. Plan for students and educators who may become disconnected during a session. All will need to access training content offline. Even with excellent planning, some may be excluded from a live participation. Test any apps you plan to use across platforms, operating systems, mobile and desktop, and in limited bandwidth environments. Check whether resources are compatible with assistive readers and make needed adjustments. Support students and educators to understand their digital security and privacy needs and select platforms that best meet those needs and training objectives. For example, Me and My Shadow can help them evaluate privacy needs. Privacy Tools is a site that can help selecting tools and platforms that protect privacy. Create a space for technology support, such as technology practice session, troubleshooting guide, or live tech support option. During the second engagement phase, programs should use resources from the planning phase while actively modeling inclusion to fostering a tone that demonstrates that commitment. Regularly check in with students and educators and adjust how you provide prompts, present material, and describe tasks. Steps to follow. Confirm that students and educators can access technology and use required features or tools. Periodically ask them whether they can access what they need. Establish various means of contributing to live training sessions and normalize such participation. Consider establishing signals as a means for students and educators to express agreement or vote. Design prompts for individual reflection that can be read, heard, and processed on individuals' own terms. Ensure captioning is used on slides and read aloud any text included on slides. Elevate the voices of marginalized groups or others who may be more reluctant to speak up. Notice who is speaking up and who is not, and gently encourage more equal participation. Provide opportunities for live tech support or ways for students and educators to report technology issues during a session. Double-check that all language and images used in written and oral presentations use the most concise, direct, and effective message. Ensure that privacy and security settings are managed as needed to provide safety for all students and educators. Use storytelling and reflection as part of training sessions to make learning accessible. Refer to IREX's parallel learning tool to incorporate step-by-step reflection into learning. If engaging external presenters, train them on the technology, the context, and students' and educators' needs and realities. Resources during this phase can be Youth Essential Skills Toolkit for training youth and online collaboration guide for facilitators. Finally, during the third reflection phase, your program can reflect on what did and did not work, review data from the training, and make changes. This is also an opportunity to continue communicating in an inclusive way. Make it clear that digital inclusion for rural areas is a priority and provide clear alternative ways for students and educators to access and interact with materials outside of the live sessions. Steps to follow. Share recorded sessions, a session summary, accompanying presentation and transcripts so that students and educators can review that asynchronously if needed. Consider surveying all students and educators to better understand what digital access and participation barriers they faced. Follow up with students and educators who did not participate to understand why. If you are planning future training sessions, identify barriers and work to remove them. Reflect on what participation looked like and identify future improvements for accessibility and inclusion. For example, you can refer to IREX's parallel learning tool to incorporate step-by-step reflections into learning. Overcoming digital barriers to inclusion in online learning for rural areas can help students with different learning needs who have limited access to specialized services, as well as educators with grading and lesson planning. Offline, learning tools for smartphones or tablets for areas with limited internet access can offer digital support in regions with unreliable internet access. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Styliadis. I'm afraid that we have to make a small change in the program. I would like to ask the colleagues from Haladritsa to speak now because there has been a change. So, as you understand, I'm very happy to welcome colleagues from a school in LFE, getting to know my area and my fellow students, partnerships of schools exploring local heritage.
Hello, everyone. We're very happy to be here. We come from 3 primary schools in Achaia, Greece. I am Anastasia Panagiotakis.
I am Sofia Pascalidou.
Mrs. Sofia Pascalidou is the manager of our school, and Mrs. Ellie Koutsokera was the manager of primary school of Leodio last year. We're very happy to be here and present our work with the LFE project. So, as I said, we are 3 primary schools in the municipality of Mountain Erymanthos in Achaia, Greece. Our schools are small and medium-sized, with few students relatively, and they're far away from the large city of Patras, and they're situated in a rural, mountainous area. The objective of our project was to enable our students to familiarize with local cultural sites, to promote them using technology, and to become themselves ambassadors of their own area. Our area features a variety of significant archaeological and cultural sites. For example, we have a Mycenaean settlement of the 12th century before Christ, that is the Bronze Age, which you can see right through the window of our school. We also have a Byzantine temple of the 12th century, which is today regularly used for religious ceremonies. We also have a newly built dam, which is close to where some of our students live, and many more that are not so well known nor adequately promoted. So the idea of our project, what we decided to do, was to study all those local cultural sites and to create digital content to promote them. The idea was that each school would study the sites of their area, and then they would themselves guide their fellow students. Our work included 4 different phases, which I'm going to present right away. Students work in groups at first, gathering information through online research, field visits, and guided tours of monuments. They actually visited the selected sites. They were guided by local experts, and they took notes based on special worksheets. All this information was collected, written down, and synthesized with the help of their teachers. In the second phase, students worked in groups to create digital content and activities using a variety of digital tools. The equipment provided by the project was valuable at this point: computers, laptops, interactive boards, microphones. For example, they created collaborative e-books. Here you can see a team of 4th grade students creating a collaborative e-book, adding text, images, and narration. Students also created small digital activities and games inspired by the vocabulary and information related to local heritage. Here you can see students of the 3rd grade testing a crossword puzzle that they created. So they created word search activities, jigsaw puzzles, and matching activities. Other students created a PowerPoint presentation describing their beautiful village and its sites of interest. Here you can see students in the mountainous school of Leodio working on the new computers and creating the presentation. For us, this opportunity given to these kids in a small isolated school, which has 15 students in total, was the biggest success of this project. All this created digital content is displayed on this interactive board. You can easily find it yourselves by scanning the QR code. This material can be used in guided tours to local monuments, so anyone can click on the images, browse through the e-books, the presentations, play with the digital games, solve the puzzles, and learn more about the local cultural heritage in a more playful way. Our third phase, by engaging in relevant robotics and 3D printing activities, students of all ages familiarized with local heritage in an innovative way and an attractive way. Here you can see younger students of the 3rd grade programming a bee-bot to move around a map of local monuments. Also, students on 1st and 2nd grade participated in this activity, and they were very enthusiastic in their first hands-on experience with programming a robot. Older students came up with a solution for protecting local monuments. They programmed a microbit controller to monitor temperature and wind and give warning for high risk of fire. Another group of students programmed a simple robotic vehicle to follow the black line and stop in front of each monument. Here you can see the students programming the vehicle using the interactive board. Sixth grade students used a 3D printer to replicate an ancient vase similar to those found in local archaeological excavations. The result was impressive, and both students and teachers were very, very excited. In the last phase of our project, students served as area ambassadors. We exchanged visits among our schools. Students from one school welcomed peers from the other school, and they guided them to the local monuments they had studied. Throughout the visits, all students enjoyed interactive digital activities created by their peers. During the project, we also tried to open up to the teachers of the entire prefecture of Achaia. Our network of schools organized a webinar on how to set up student programs related to cultural heritage in collaboration with local antiquities bureau and local head of environmental education. Teachers from many schools joined in, and the event was very, very successful.
In conclusion, reflecting on the impact of this project on our schools, a first significant improvement was the substantial update of our technological equipment. Especially in the case of primary school of Leodio, the installation of internet wiring, along with computers and interactive board, established a modern, fully functional teaching environment available to students and teachers for their everyday work. Teachers received hands-on training for the new equipment, interactive boards, robotics, 3D printing. The impact for students was significant. First, they got to know better the local places of interest. Second, they used a variety of digital tools and improved their technological literacy, thus narrowing the digital divide with larger urban schools. Third, they familiarized with innovative learning techniques, learning by doing, collaborative learning, STEM activities. The bonds among teachers and students of our three schools became stronger, breaking existing isolation. We plan to continue student guide tours on local monuments on a yearly basis. We also plan to organize further joint activities in a more systematic way. For example, joint local sports tournaments or joint visits to the theater. Looking ahead, our plans for the future include further utilization of the equipment in everyday teaching, especially the interactive boards. Robotics and 3D printing will be mostly used in technology class, but also in cross-curriculum projects. Inspired by our participation in the ELFI community, we plan to apply for Erasmus mobility projects to continue this journey of development and extroversion. In conclusion, this was an engaging and captivating learning journey for us. Both teachers and students acquired valuable knowledge and skills. We became more extroverted. We developed more confidence in utilizing technology. This experience simulated new ideas and dreams for future endeavors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to the colleagues from the schools, small schools in Peloponnese. Now we're going to a very, very interesting example of a school project working together in order to engage the school community in adapting circular economy habits. It's a case study on food waste management, and I'm very happy to introduce Mrs. Marina Koumoutsakou from Income Civil non-profit company, who will do the presentation. The floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here today with you and listening to all these innovative and interesting methods and practices. I am Marina Koumoutsakou. I'm a high school teacher, but today I represent InCommon. InCommon is a civil non-profit company that carries out the Food Treasure educational program. InCommon promotes circular economy through initiatives and actions that empower and mobilize communities. We work with citizens, schools, businesses, with local authorities and other institutional actors to speed up the transition from linear to the circular model of life. What we do is planning and implementing circular projects, shaping circular neighborhoods. We work in that scale of the neighborhood, awareness raising and training, and we also conduct research. Here is our impact so far. I want to underline the over 2,700 people that...
Just close this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
The 2,700 people that have adopted more circular habits in their everyday life. And in any case, you want to see more about our activity, you can visit our website or our social media, because today I'm here to talk to you about the educational program. So Food Treasure has the innovation that engages the entire school community in circular economy practices through the example of fruit and vegetable recycling. We carry out experiential activities in schools with the children based on the theory of learning by doing. And our aim is to change the perception about food waste and organic waste in general, to consider them as a valuable resource. The methodology that we employ in Food Treasure is about to be a guiding framework for the execution of other case studies of circular economy related to the circular economy, like materials, energy, or water. Now we prepare the materials treasure. So, the school community building obviously involves students who attend the workshops and who feed the composter that remains in their school, parents that get informed by us about the project, and also in an indirect way from their children. Many parents told us that their children force them to save food waste from their households in order to bring it to the school composter or in brown bins where they are placed. Here I want to say that in Greece we don't have the brown bins network in every municipality. Brown bins network is that where we throw the organic waste, the food waste, is not in every municipality. So in some households they don't have the chance to bring it there, and they did it to the school composter. Teachers who guide the whole procedures at schools and our contact point and other school employees, the non-training staff that is also involved in the composting. But we also go one step behind and get in contact with local authorities, the education department of municipalities, the environmental education expert from the Ministry of Environment in the areas we work with, where we implement food treasure, because we want to have this insight and this input about the school reality in the areas we work with. So we visit schools 2 to 5 times. It depends on the availability and the needs of every school and its characteristics. In our first visit, children play the role of fruits and vegetables who attempt to escape from the landfill. They choose their favorite fruit or vegetable. In Greek, we merge these two words for the needs of the project into fruto-λαχανικά. So they choose their favorite and follow it to the trip from the farm to our plate, and try to find the opportunities to go away from the landfill and go in a circle, in a food circle, where they are utilized again and again. In our second visit, in some schools is third or fourth, the schools become transformed into farm of worms. I wish I could describe you the impatience and the surprise of the children when they touched the worms and felt it cold in their hand, and they carry them like it was a pet. So we go to the schools, we bring there the composter that will remain in the school. It's not only for the needs of the workshop, remains at school and is operated by students. And we bring prepared compost because children and some older than children have the perception that is something smelly and disgusting because it decomposed food, but it's not. They told us that it smells like the soil after the rain. It's like wet soil. And they like it very much. They chop the peels of the fruits that we offered them in the beginning of the session as a snack. They also chop egg puts that we use to balance the humidity in the composter. They put in there dried coffee waste that we collect from another project. We carry out Kafsimo, and they put it also in there, and they smelled the coffee and said, this is not waste, this is not should be in the landfill. And also some water, and of course their favorite worms. The material we share with schools is very detailed instructions to operate the composter. Of course, it's a very easy procedure. We also provide visual tools like video online games and newsletter, informational material to share with parents and the rest of the school community, like other classes. And we also share the Food Treasure Educational Package. Is a package with over 70 pages that we have created in our team with innovative and collaborative activities proposed for ages from 8 to 14, but it can be adjusted also for younger students. And they also have, so this tool, the expected results of the program are to reduce organic waste that ends up in the landfill, to enhance the collection system of food waste in brown bins, and also to inform citizens about food waste recycle and to activate the school community. Indicative of this activation is not only that they compost every day the food waste they produce at schools, but also that in municipalities where we implemented Food Treasure and there was not the network of brown bins installed, the school community with the parents requested from local authorities to place the brown bins. Well, the dissemination, we use the direct way of communicating with the community, and also we use digital channels like newsletters and social media pages. This is where I want to stay in our evaluation, that in a span of 5 months that we carried out in a pilot scale Food Treasure, we implemented it in 20 school classes. We saved from the landfill, we diverted 600 kilograms of organic waste. Here I use the term organic waste and not food waste, because in schools they have these small gardens, so they put in the composter also small branches or leaves. So it's organic waste. and 295 students and 73 educators engaged in a way that they adapted a new habit in their everyday life to take my pills and compost them or the greens from the garden. I believe I was very fast. Okay, so the program is funded by Latsis Foundation and by the Green Fund. And thank you very much for your attention. I believe I gave you a brief reference of our program. Thank you very much.
And we go back to an experience from an LFE school. We are talking about the kindergarten of Malona in Rhodes. And I'm very happy to introduce Tsabika Tsakiri.
Katerina.
Ah.
Katerina, γιατί έχω δύο.
Katerina. Sorry.
Thank you. Kalimera. My name is Katerina. I'm a kindergarten teacher. You can say that. I'm here today to tell you about a story, the LFE story. So I'm the little teacher, and this is a story about a technological explosion in a small school on the island of Rhodes called Malona's Kindergarten. Once upon a time, LFE had a vision, small forgotten schools becoming modern, full of technology. At the same time, the little teacher was crying because she couldn't even make a photocopy. But then a huge explosion was heard. It was the sound of evolution. LFE came to make the wish come true. Technological equipment landed in the kindergarten, interactive board, PC, laptops, 3D printer, regular printer. On the first day of school, explained to both kids and parents where they found the laptops and the perfect interactive board. Since then, both teachers and students have been learning something new every day. One of the activities was for students to answer quiz questions prepared by teachers on the new interactive board. Students listened to their favorite songs, typing the titles themselves. We played memory games, which are such fun games. Even math games started to seem fun games. We traveled to other castles in Europe. We talked about castles in Rhodes, so then we traveled to also to other castles. We played several games. We learned how to draw online, and then we printed our drawings on our new printer. We have learned how to make puzzles of any picture we want. Also, we used to watch and read fairy tales, sometimes using this small TV. But now we don't need spyglass anymore. We feel so lucky to have the most legendary 3D printer. After the end of summer, new students and teachers arrived to the village. And the little teacher's wish had come true, and all the children of the village could have access to the digital world. Now let's navigate into some innovative technology across the curriculum. We created some interactive worksheets. This is an example of a math interactive worksheet. These worksheets are made in interactive thanks to the DrawView software. And thanks to technology, we can frame all subject areas. This is an example of a worksheet for practicing pre-writing skills. This is another example. for practicing letter sounds. Teachers are now using ICT more often for their teaching lessons, and kids have made a big step into the digital world. I have to mention here that our students have no previous experience with ICT because they don't have even a PC at their home. This is a landing tab that we created. This is on the right, it's on the left. It's the front size, and on the left, it's on the right. Huh? Yes. It's the back side. Every Friday, one kid takes this landing tab to home, at home, with the tablet, scan the barcodes, and they can play digital games, they can see videos on YouTube, they can have a virtual tour of castles. Our local newspaper wrote about us and the LFE project. We informed parents about the LFE project and the proper use of technology to reap the benefits. This is a story created by kids, and the images that we created on, with AI image Canva. Also a story created by students. We put a caption on photos that we created with AI image Canva. Students enter the digital classroom by playing coding games. We had WebEx meeting with other students with other schools. This is the school of kindergarten of Kalathos, another small village in Rhodes. When you see such a small hand using the computer, it's a real nice feeling. And this is just the beginning. Thank you, LFE.
Thank you. It is very interesting to see that we have been working with 123 schools in 10 countries, from pre-primary education up to secondary or vocational education. And I'm not only going to speak about the needs of the teachers, which are common around Europe, but the subjects that were chosen. For example, food waste or environment or coding skills are familiar and can be seen around Europe also. So it was a very nice example from pre-primary education. Thank you for that. And we started the session from Ireland and Cyprus, and we decided to go back to Cyprus now with a very interesting example of a really small school that is doing wonders. I'm very happy to introduce Christiana Christoforou, who is going to share her experience with LFE.
Good morning. My name is Christiana Christoforou. I'm a teacher at Campos Primary School in Cyprus. And I'm here today to share with you our distinctive journey through the implementing our LFE project titled A Mountainous Digital Education Center for All. But today my presentation is titled Digital Technologies, Bridging Worlds, Expanding Learning Horizons for Everyone, because for us, my students and my community, this journey was acted like a magical key that unlocked the barriers and expanded our horizons and opened doors to the world beyond. I would like to provide context so you can understand better what I have just said. This is my village, Campos Tsakistras. It's a small mountain village in the Nicosia district. It is situated over 90 kilometers away from any urban center. And also to travel there involves winding forest road. Also, I would like to point that there are limited opportunities for the children and also for adults there to have any education or other training activities or cultural activities, entertainment. So for us, LFE was really important for everyone. And at this picture, then the entire Campos Tsakistras primary school represented. We are the smallest school in Cyprus with only 4 students and 1 teacher. The kids are 3 are at the 6th grade and one girl at the 3rd grade. Okay, and what was that magical key? It was the advancement of our digital infrastructure, the improvement of our school's digital proficiency, and also at the same time, the transformation of our culture into an open school culture. And which this culture emphasizes that learning is better when we engage in the real world, and we also when we create networks of collaboration and networks of knowledge and collaborations. Okay, and recently a friend of our school and a collaborator referred to it as a magical school, and I borrow it today not to claim that we are magical, but I can definitely claim that we use LFE tools to make knowledge more excited and also to infuse learning with a touch of magic. And so we managed to enrich our knowledge to make it more authentic and to foster deeper understanding. And I'm delighted that this is evident in measurable achievements. For example, we managed to increase our digital proficiency across all aspects of Digicomp 2.2. Also, our school performance on the self-reflection tool from 77 raised to almost 93. And students' performance improved, for example, in all school subjects. Their performance to assessment tests surpassed their individual assessment scores from previous years. And also we reported a great improvement of crucial skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. Also, the program had a great impact on all aspects of their behavior. For example, we reported improvement in self-esteem and engagement in learning and self-regulation skills, and also in attitudes for responsible citizenship, and also had a great impact on my professional development. I have the opportunity to engage in more than 30 online seminars and more than 30 in-person training sessions about the integration of technology at teaching. I participated in the Learning from the Extremes summer school, which was a unique experience that gave me the opportunity also to create networks with schools from all over Europe. And that was very important. You will see next to my presentation what we've done. I received certification in Lego education, Arduino, and also in instructing adults in digital skills. And now I will refer to the equipment that we acquired through the LFE project and the impact that had on our learning. we have one laptop per student, which is placed every day on students' desk, and we use it to develop digital skills, to collaborate, to interact, and also to improve organizational skills. We use a lot of Microsoft Office applications like PowerPoint, Word, Sway, Teams to interact, to organize our files and our material. And also we use Padlet a lot and many more applications. We have an interactive flat panel, very important. This created opportunities for interaction among students and teachers and among students, active participation, collaboration. A video conference system that is maybe the most valuable tool for us because it gave us the opportunity to diminish distances. It offers the ability for real-time connection and interaction with scientists and schools from Cyprus and Greece and from other countries in Europe. For example, we had online meetings with Portugal, with Finland, Italy, Bulgaria. And we had also a very nice meeting with an analog astronaut, which was a magical moment for my school. Or another example, at the European Day of Languages on the 26th of September, we had a meeting with a Portuguese school and shared a PowerPoint file with words in Greek and in Portuguese. We have robotics. A very good tool for students to implement theoretical concepts into practice, the practical application, and also foster digital programming skills and imagination and creativity, problem solving. We have Lego Education, Arduino, B-Bots. This is an example. We worked on an interdisciplinary project named Robotic Park of Renewable Energy Sources. On that project, students learned about the journey of energy and renewable energy sources. We saved our information on a Padlet so we can have access anytime, all of us, and parents too. We created robotic constructions and programmed them to move and make sounds and to explain the journey of energy. And we also developed a presentation in a shared PowerPoint file about renewable energy sources, so we can share our experience with people in the LFE, in the first Lego League festival at Nicosia. Okay, we have virtual and augmented reality tools, VR glasses, and merge cubes, 360 camera, virtual and other applications like co-spaces and ThinkLink. This gave us the opportunity to immerse and interact with virtual environments not reachable for us. It enhanced understanding, memorization, assimilation, and the expansion of new knowledge, and make our teaching and learning more enjoyable, more interactive, and some more digital tools. Now I will say something about how did the students perceive the new way of teaching and learning. They said that we like the new way because we feel that every day in our classroom we explore, we collaborate, we learn, we have fun. And they also reported that we feel like little scientists because when we work in interdisciplinary projects, we learn how to explore a topic through various sources and plan projects and organize our work and take initiatives for our own learning, and this is very important for them. And they also love that now learning goes beyond the school's door. This is an example. We created a virtual tour for our village. They conducted interviews with their parents and grandparents. We also explore information through books about our village, and then we took pictures also. We organized our material in teams, folders, And then we also created QR codes and placed them on the landmarks. So anyone that visits our village now can scan the QR code and read information about us. And we are planning to translate it in English too, so anyone can read. Okay, another example is a collaborated project with Bulgaria and Italy. We worked on a big interdisciplinary project, nutrition and tradition. We collaborated also with a nutritionist. And at the end, we created a digital book using Book Creator app about traditional recipes and customs, Christmas customs from Cyprus, Bulgaria, and Italy. We had online meeting with these schools to prepare the project and to meet. And also, the nutritionist wrote the nutrition value of each recipe. Okay, I can share with you the QR code next, so you can see our work. And now this month we are working with the Finland school in a project about reading. We have a shared website where we will upload our book reviews, because we are reading the same book in Finnish and in Greek. We searched for it, and we found some books that are translated in both languages. And we had an online meeting too, and we are very excited about this. Okay, but my school also operates as a learning hub for the community. And we sent a form to the community to investigate their needs, and then we offered a series of seminars. For example, a training seminar about the use of smartphones, and another about the exercise in all ages, and for remote access to governmental services, and we are planning many more in the future. Also, the school operates as a hub for digital education for families that visit our school on summer or on weekends. So we had a summer school for these kids, and workshops on the weekends for digital skills and robotics. And also we are planning to have at our school visits from schools all over Cyprus to work together on these skills. Okay. Now I want to close my presentation with this quote, a powerful quote from one of my favorites Greek writers, because for us, for Campus Primary School, 2 years ago, maybe this will seem so impossible to reach. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, so much, Christiana. As I was bullying the presenters, we are a little bit ahead of the time. I would like to welcome any comments or questions to the presenters. While you think about your questions or your comments, I have to congratulate Christiana. The cookbook that you mentioned between Bulgaria and Italy were the colleagues that you met in the summer school? Yes. So. Mm-hmm. So it is, Rosa, about the community building that we have done during this project. We brought almost 80 school teachers in a marathon this summer to get to know each other face to face. So we have already the beginning of collaborations. These were the 3 small schools in Italy, Bulgaria, and Cyprus, and also we had Finnish colleagues. So we were talking about sustainability with the next steps. This is just the beginning, as Christiana said. We are going to have a coffee break now. I would like to inform you.
I would like to make a comment.
Sorry.
If there are no questions from the audience, I just want to clarify, especially for the people who are not part of LFE, is that maybe it was presented like that in the different presentations, but you know, LFE was not just landed magically in the schools. These teachers had to prepare an application, participate in a quite demanding contest at local level, at national level, where they had to present their visions. So the funding was received only after presenting their visions and being evaluated at a large scale, and the competition was really great. So I think I'm coming back always to the very important factor of the teachers who have the ideas, and we are just supporting and empowering them to make it reality. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that the schools were not just selected by someone, but it was a long and very difficult process in the project to select these 100 schools, because the number of applications was much higher. So thank you so much. We can have the coffee break,
yes,
and we will continue with the different sessions and the two workshops at 12 o'clock.
Just to a small note that as this is a conference inspired by remote schools, we have a session in another room, conference room, with video presentations from remote schools that couldn't be here, and there is still another session going on here in the amphitheater. So enjoy the coffee break, and thank you all for being here.
outside yourself when you have all of the world inside.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it, and it's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside
So, hello again. We're continuing our conference with new pedagogies for open rural schools. We're going to have the third one, the third presentation first, with the title Transforming Schools into Living Labs, Make the Waste Worth the Taste. So we have Mrs. Maria Tsapara, Angeliki Liapi, and Anthi Arkouli, Konstantina Papadokona, and Garifalya Terizaki from kindergartens of Greece. Okay, so you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angeliki Liapi, and I'm here with my esteemed colleague Maria Tsapara. We both work as preschool teachers, me at the second kindergarten of Lykoversis and Maria at the second kindergarten of Perama. Today, we're excited to share our project, Make the Waste Worth the Taste, which we executed during the 2021 to 2022 school year. This project involved 4 Greek kindergartens, 9 teachers, and 109 toddlers. The project aimed to raise kids' awareness of food waste in schools, involving observation, recording, and finding solutions. Additionally, aimed to enhance children's creative and critical thinking through integrating environmental and STEAM education, covering science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. It focused on reducing household waste and recycling with an inquiry-based learning framework. This aligns with the 12th Sustainable Development Goal, which emphasize ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns by promoting environmentally sound management of chemical and waste, reducing waste generation, and encouraging sustainable practices. Guided by the circular economy, the project fosters exploratory learning to raise awareness among children and families about reducing food waste and creating new possibilities through leftover recipes. The project aimed to teach kindergarten children about environmental impact and decision-making, develop communication and data analysis skills, and foster positive attitudes like responsibility and respect. The project also aligns with a new curriculum emphasizing communication, socio-emotional development, positive science, and arts. Children engage in play-based activities, promoting cooperation and considering individual needs and social cultural backgrounds. It also cultivated learning skills, life skills, social skills, technology and science skills, and also skills of the mind.
Well, Foxy Planet, the powerful fox who protects Earth, was the mascot of this program. She led children on a learning journey, encouraging knowledge, new knowledge, skills, attitudes towards recycling food waste. Wanting to detect children's prior knowledge about food waste, we utilize the thinking routine I used to think, now I think, of the visible thinking approach of the Project Zero research group of Harvard University, and children draw in a post-it answering the question of what food waste is. We have 3 research questions: do we waste food, how much food do we waste in our classroom, and how can we reduce food waste? We also created a Google form to collect data while measuring leftovers. We approach the problem of food wasting by recording the quantities of the food that children didn't consume at school, and every day for 2 weeks, children had the opportunity to weigh their leftovers. Children found that unpeeling or partially eaten fruits, vegetables, and leftovers from their lunch bowls often ended up in the trash. So in an attempt to identify from which category of waste most of the garbage arose, they divided their records in 3 categories: organic waste, recyclables, and waste that end up in the landfill. We have also to mention that a child observed that the garbage in the brown bin looks like a mountain. In order to cope with this problem, children found solutions both in school and at home, where they tried to raise their awareness of their immediate family situation. In order to inform everyone that every problem can be resolved in different ways, a collaborative book has been set up. The children who demonstrated their knowledge of the subject have proposed smart solutions that are easily to implement and can be implemented. Another solution that children found was the creative reuse of these foods, fruits, vegetables and leftovers, not only at school but also at home. Together with their parents, they drew pictures of food left in the fridge which were not eaten and then came up with creative, delicious recipes. Moreover, children were creative while participating in the action organized by ActionAid under the title The Power on Your Plate, Food and Climate Change, and the results on their composition, as you can see, could be paintings of a sustainable art museum which will chronicle the milestones of food and foodstuff with the aim of raising awareness about the planet and address the issue of food waste. Furthermore, children created a board game using furthermore, children, with the help of their teachers, they create a homemade composter, and they had the opportunity to observe how leftovers can be transformed into natural fertilizers. And they also create a board game using recycled materials and the intervention kit Makey Makey. The goal of the game was to collect cards depicting various food items with players sorting the trash into appropriate bins, brown, green and blue, and at the end of the game. Moreover, the Makey Makey intervention kit bridged the digital with the real world, while students created tangible interfaces and also recorded their voices, connecting them with the board of the game and the board game cards. It's your turn, Angeliki.
Thank you. While they equipped with masks and bracelets, our students, the food defenders, supported by Foxy, made a clear promise to reject food waste, protect the environment, and raise awareness among the others. Our children, the food defenders, promote reducing food waste through simple actions like meal planning, avoid overbuying, and creative leftovers. Their goal is a sustainable food system that aligns production with actual consumption needs, promoting environmental responsibility. Project evaluation involved an educational escape room with partner schools. Children solved puzzles to achieve a common goal. Post-game data collection by teacher assessed knowledge and potential attitude changes. In the collaborated village, the mayor, the foodie wasty, and residents wasted food. The food defenders were called to help. Classes created secret missions, and students in groups trained villagers in zero waste practices. So, in the first mission, kids sorted organic waste into the correct bin. For clues, each letter symbol revealed the hidden phrase, foodie wasty. In the second mission, kids combined kinetic play with coding elements to solve puzzles and gather clues. The same they did, and in the third mission, the teams created pixel art inspired by Magritte paintings, identifying common elements. They crafted cups with cups and cups unlock the next clues. In the fourth mission, students took a partner-designed digital quiz on food waste, answering 10 questions for clues. And in the fifth mission, kids used Makey Makey to create a circuit, arranging 5 pictures with bananas in scratch to reveal the last clues.
Okay, yes. And, students learned and formed the symbol of zero waste, as you can see in the picture, with using their bodies. And in the final mission, how to train the Edison robot that we formed as the mayor of the city, the foodie wasty. And so, as you can see, okay. Edison is not only an autonomous robot, but also a modular system expandable with Lego, and it features sensors, outputs, and motors. And in this mission, there were many suggestions from collaborative kindergartens, including using a TV remote control activated by hovering over the corresponding barcode. Also, children utilizing Ed Scratch software for movement based on clapping or foot tapping, and Through this food waste, he adapted a new attitude toward the environmental issue of food waste, as the goal was to program the robot and guide it in the right bin. Our conclusion is that the STEAM-based education activity aimed at fostering creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving, collaboration, communication skills, and also children utilize technology, participate in a collaborative escape room, and not only as players, but also as game designers. Also post-tests revealed hate and awareness of overconsumption's environmental impact, emphasizing the need for critical thinking, problem-solving skills in addressing global issues. And then you can see here from the thinking routine of I used to think, now I think, what children used to think and now they think. Children are growing up in a world with multiple environmental problems, so it's therefore essential that they are explicitly taught the skills of critical thinking and problem solving, and also have to learn how to collaborate each other and communicate and being creative. Related to the dissemination of our project, the original food defenders idea that we had with Angeliki was awarded under the STEM Discovery Campaign 2022. We also presented to other conferences as the 12th Pan-Hellenic Conference Natural Science in Preschool Education, and posted in the Scientics blog. And we had also a distinction with the other partner schools in the 4th Pan-Hellenic Open Technologies Competition of ELAC. And you can see our references here. And we have to say that our project would not be the same without this wonderful team. You can see our partners from the other school and from our schools. And we have to close our presentation. We would like to thank you for your attendance. And we also have to say, as Helen Keller used to say, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Great work. Now we have the next presenter, Mrs. Maria Topoliati from the kindergarten of Klimatia, University of Ioannina. Her presentation is about the exploitation of STEAM education in the sustainable kindergarten.
Πρώτο 2024. Είναι πιο κάτω νομίζω. Είναι αυτή. Την ανοίξουμε. Ευχαριστώ. Ξέρω. Good morning. I'm Maria Topoliati. I'm a teacher in kindergarten of Klimatias and a PhD candidate in University of Ioannina. Kindergarten of Klimatias in a small kindergarten near to Ioannina, 20 kilometers from Ioanna. This is our interactive map made by students with the collaboration of the parents. Little creative scientists are our little students, and I am a member of advice group, researching a group of University of Vienna, and the students are members of the ACP-net schools of UNESCO. Our project focuses on the approach of sustainable development through the exploitation of science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and educational robotics. Science, technology, robotics, engineering, arts, mathematics, and we participate in many national and international educational programs. We're an open school, in open societies. These are many of them projects where participate. And the main research topic of our project is to investigate whether the opening of our school and the exploitation of, I'm sorry, could I remove this one? Okay. Whether the openness of the school and the exploitation of the environment of the children can be I'm sorry, I cannot remove the If the methodological tools can considered as effective educational tools that stimulate students' interest and facilitate preschool children to approach the goals of sustainable development, or contribute to the 21st century skills, or are connected with all the learning areas of curriculum. About the methodology, the theoretical framework of this research is based on the principal element of cultural and historical activity theory, and they believe that the learning is the result of interaction. In this context, the environment of the children is considered as an important source of knowledge, and we can see that tools, educational robotics, and expansion, the openness of the school, are the tools subject students and teacher. This is a diagram of activity theory and the expansive learning cycle. According to the framework of 21st century learning, the project focuses on the critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, and innovation. And during the planning and the implementation phase are used action research and field research. We emphasize on the social and cultural context and empirical knowledge, and we exploit mainly coding for robots. We plan with the collaboration of the parents, students, and the community, and we analyze video analysis, the interviews with pupils, drawings, portfolios, videos, photos, questionnaires. We're a sustainable school, eco school, and awarded from Code Week school, and we're trying to create a better world. We have a visit in our school from a communication officer of Greece and Cyprus United Nations Regional Information, Mr. Fatouros, and online meeting with him. And we are trying to approach the goals of the sustainable development. No poverty, no hunger, good schools, health, equality, 17 goals from sustainable development, and collaboration.
Εμείς τα παιδιά από την Ελλάδα και από την Κύπρο συνεργαζόμαστε. Ξέρουμε 17 τράπεζες για να γίνει ο κόσμος μας καλύτερα. Πρώτος στόχος, να μην υπάρχει φτώχεια. Δεύτερος στόχος, να μην υπάρχει πείνα.
The children in the municipal radio record their voices about the goals of the sustainable development, and they have made a video about them. It is available on the internet. We started with e-twinning program, and with European is awarded with the European Quality Label, and Erasmus Plus program projects, and I would like to thank the Research and Development Department of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή for support our efforts and inspire our efforts. KISS was our first Erasmus program project. It was about creativity in early year science education. We are trying to open the school outside the classroom into social and natural environment of our children. And then we use all the knowledge in our classroom, and we study. We're trying to get information from our parents, grandparents, and to compare the past with the past with the present, and compare photographs from past and now and the present. Physical environment, our wine, and this is a map of our region, and this is another map, and another 3D map with exploitation of educational robotics. Marbles in our region is a great source. This is how they have exploit educational robotics, and we collaborate with the parents of the children. These are 3D dimensional maps with collaboration with the parents and recycling activities with them. In this activity, we plant trees in our school, and they participate 4 generations: the children, the mother, the grandmother, and the mother of the grandmother. 4 generations in the same activity. We have, with the collaboration from grandparents, we have learned how to make our own clothes, and we have made this one with I'm sorry, and we exploit in our daily life. 3D maps in our school, many robots, Iggy, for the learning the English language, Paxi in our classroom from the ESA, European Space Agency. This is the clothes we have made for him with the help of the grandmothers. Isa Pax is a member of our classroom, and with his help we have made, we explore the space. He's playing with us as a member of our classroom. He uses antennas for hands, and he plays with Ellen. We have the honor to have a visit of Ελληνογερμανική αγωγή in our school and observe with solar telescopes, and we have made our own solar telescopes, and this is our observatory of our classroom. Connection with the National Observatory, with connections through the research team of the Γερμανική αγωγή with CERN and the Virgo experiment, with other researching programs, and coding, and computational thinking, and virtual reality are exploited as tools. We observe the Earth, and we have made our own seismograph. This is Sismoulis. We thought that he created all this all the physical phenomena, but through the reflecting force change, we have studied with the seismograph I'm sorry. This one seismograph, we can study all the data, and thank you very much for this. This is our data from our school, and we can protect and build from little engineers awarded from ISA, and dissemination of all our activities in many seminars, educational robotics in the University of Iran with the students of the Laboratory of Sustainable Development, in the national and the radio, and we have see that the STEAM education and educational robotics are considered as an effective external learning motivation to approach the 17 goals of sustainable development, and we're trying always to create a better world for all children and for all. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Yes, trying to educate our children for a better world, that is. Now we are going to have Mrs. Maria Barberi from the First High School of Mandra, Greece. And she's going to present us issues in relation to fostering democratic dialogue within schools, the human library.
There's a PowerPoint presentation, and then Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, okay, first the PowerPoint and then the... Okay, thank you.
Here we are.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Maria Barberi. I'm an EFL teacher in the First Gymnasium of Mandra. Thank you for including my talk in this conference. Starting, I would like to ask some questions. I would welcome the answers, but I don't think we have much time. If you were a book, what title would this book have? What description would you give your book? How many pages would it have? What image would you like on your cover? Would it be a bestseller? These were the initial questions I asked my A-class students in order to introduce the idea of human books and human library, explaining to them that people have meaningful stories to share. And if we pause to listen to these stories, a whole world may open up before us. Okay. With this motto, everyone has a story to share, we embarked on our human library project. In this project, the books are actually people that can be borrowed for a limited period of time. So I gave my students the catalog with the book titles, and they could choose up to 3 books to listen to. And I allowed them, we allowed 30 minutes for each book. The event took place in the premises of our school, and in the end, they had to fill in an evaluation questionnaire. Needless to say that the students enjoyed the project, describing it as a wonderful and interesting experience. We often make assumptions about people based on prejudices or stereotypes, because in fact what we have in mind is just fragments of information about people. In order to challenge these prejudices, what we have to do is engage, get into personal contact with them, and engage in an authentic dialogue with them. The human library methodology became the means that we as a school used to create the right conditions for this dialogue to take place in a structured and safe environment. The whole project brought together students and people of different ages and areas of life, allowing the students to exercise not only their communicative skills, but also their analytical and critical thinking skills. Students listened actively, asked questions to access information, and to challenge prejudices. Like, I'll give you an example. In one instance, they asked the social worker whether people really get over their problems or improve their lives through counseling session, because there is an ongoing belief that therapy doesn't really help. So they asked the social worker whether therapy works. In another instance, the students who opted for the 2 elderly people who spoke about their experience growing up during the war, compared previous knowledge they had gained from their history lessons or from other sources, voiced their opinion about this specific period, historical period. We believe that the human library significantly contributed to the social growth of our students, allowing them to cultivate qualities such as empathy, respect for the otherness, tolerance, while the nature of the stories helps students build resilience, thus achieving one of the most important initial objectives we had set as a school right from the start of the project. Because all these stories were about people who had overcome problems mainly. We had a hearing impaired person. We had other people who battled with fires, raging fires of the summer of 2023 that affected our area. This action is part of a broader policy of the school to connect with the local community. Closing, I would like to deeply thank the principal of the school who gave me permission for this project to be realized, and Mrs. Marina Tragaraki, the social worker of our school, who helped create the short film you're about to see next. Thank you for your attention. And also, more information, you're going to find more information about the history of the Human Library. This is the link. And now, we had long come across the Human Library idea and thought that a program such as that would greatly contribute to the vision we had of a school with doors open to the community, so we decided to implement it. Each of our guests had a story to tell, a story that unfolded before our eyes, sparking authentic questions and a constructive dialogue. The narratives mainly referred to how these people had overcome seemingly insurmountable difficulties. In the case of Mrs. Eleni Lascu, it was a hearing problem she was born with, which, however, did not stop her from becoming a teacher. Mrs. Lascu also explained how she came to learn the sign language.
Με βοήθησαν μέσα στο πανεπιστήμιο που πήγα, που σπούδασα για νηπιαγωγός, μου δίναν σημειώσεις. Που οι καθηγητές κάναν το μάθημά τους, μου δίναν σημειώσεις, γιατί εγώ δεν μπορούσα να το ακούσω.
Mrs. Mirella Ignat recounted her story of a long effort to settle permanently in Greece, while Mr. Nikos Papadopoulos described the action he took to save his home from a raging fire in the summer of 2023, triggering students' emotional response. Mrs. Marina Tragaraki, a social worker, spoke about the challenges and rewards of her profession and her experience helping unaccompanied minors in camps.
Δηλαδή, ήταν αυτός η ανάγκη μου για βοήθεια και για προσφορά. Στην αρχή ήθελα να γίνω ειδική παιδαγωγός. Δηλαδή να ασχολούμαι με άτομα με ειδικές ανάγκες, με παιδιά με ειδικές ανάγκες. Αλλά μετά σκέφτηκα ότι αυτό είναι κάτι πολύ συγκεκριμένο, ενώ όταν κάποιος είναι κοινωνικός υπουργός, είναι εύκολο να βοηθήσει παιδιά από πολλές ομάδες. Δηλαδή, παιδιά διαφορετικής εθνικότητας, διαφορετικής γλώσσας, διαφορετικής θρησκείας, παιδιά τα οποία έχουν μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, παιδιά τα οποία...
The Human Library also featured two elderly siblings, Mr. Evangelos Daras and Mrs. Kostadina Barberi, who grew up in the Second World War and gave us a vivid picture of what life was like in the years between 1940 to 1946. They described how they had to face hunger, persecution, loss of property, and the death of their beloved ones.
Να φανταστείς ένας που ήταν φαντάρος συγχωρεμένος ένας θείος μου, του είχε η χλένη που είχε, ήρθε με τα πόδια από την Αλβανία. Η χλένη που είχε ήταν ολοτρύπες με σφαίρες. Δεν τον επέτυχε καμία. Αλλά τη χλένη του Δήμου Φιλιππίνη.
Αλλά ήταν αυτοκεραμίδια. Εδώ ήταν παράθυρα. Αυτά είναι κόκκινα, κόκκινο χρώμα. Ήταν πετρόχτιστο με γκρι πέτρα σκαλιστή και κόκκινα συμπαγή τούβλα στα παράθυρα και στις πόρτες. Εδώ ενδιάμεσα είχε πέτρα και τούβλο. Πέτρα και τούβλο, πέτρα και τούβλα. Ήταν πάρα πολύ όμορφο. Εδώ ήταν η βεράντα, εδώ ήταν τα σκαλοπάτια που κατεβαίναν στην αυγή και κάτω ήταν άλλο τόσο σπίτι. Αλλά αυτό το σπίτι το κάψανε οι Γερμανοί. Αρρώστησε το παιδί, κάτι έφαγε στη σπηλιά και έπαθε δηλητηρίαση. Η γιαγιά το παίρνει το παιδί 7 χιλιόμετρα πεθαμένο στα χέρια της. Και στον δρόμο φώναζε να την ακούσουν τώρα από τη σπηλιά η κουνιάδα της, οι κουνιάδες, η γιαγιά και όλα τα παιδιά που είμαστε.
The Human Library project offered our students the chance to connect and interact with people of all walks of life, and we like to believe it helped them build empathy, understanding and resilience, necessary characteristics for their lives as adults.
Να σκεφτόμαστε ότι άλλοι περνάνε πολύ χειρότερα, ή έχουν περάσει τον πόλεμο ή αυτά, και ότι αυτό που πάμε εμείς να στεναχωρηθούμε ή να κάνουμε κάτι, ότι είναι ασήμαντο.
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Barberi. We got a different perspective of community building through dialogue within schools, through the Human Library. The next presentation is an online one by Mrs. Eleni Papadopoulou for the work she has done with Chryssi Zouzakoglu from primary schools of Komotini, Greece. The title is Leveraging Digital Technologies for Enhanced Educational Processes, Best Practices and Implications.
Ναι, μας ακούτε, κυρία Παπαδοπούλου? Κυρία Παπαδοπούλου, μας ακούτε?
Γιατί φαίνεται να μην έχει μικρόφωνο.
Μήπως να πάμε στο υπάρχει επόμενο?
Okay. Yes.
Γιατί δεν
Sorry about that. There seems to be a problem with the sound from Mrs. Papadopoulou. So we'd better go on with the next presenter. She's Mrs. Koutsoupidou from the Ministry of Education and University of Athens. Her presentation is Reflective Practice in Education, Designing a Self-Assessment Tool for Newly Qualified Teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Είναι νομίζω στο φάκελο. Βρείτε το εσείς καλύτερα, γιατί... Ωραία, το τελευταίο. Απλά κάπου να κλείσουμε αυτό. Ωραία.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will focus on reflective practice, the importance of reflective practice for educators in general, newly qualified teachers in particular. I think it's the most important for them. I will try to propose a self-assessment tool using critical reflection, which could be employed for the continuing professional development of teachers. So the starting point is, of course, the reading I have done on newly qualified teachers' needs. This reading led me to the conclusion that they generally lack self-confidence, and their opinion about themselves is that they lack in self-efficacy as well, due to different reasons. My own experience comes mainly from higher education, where I work with students towards completion of their degrees, who were asked to reflect on their academic and teaching journey so far. I personally have applied a portfolio self-assessment as part of my postgraduate studies some years ago. So my aim now is to try to examine whether a similar tool could be adapted by primary or secondary teachers. My experience is richer in primary education, so I will suggest it mainly for primary teachers. Since there is a current trend nowadays in Greece for formal assessment for newly qualified teachers, and this is a tricky discussion to start, so I will just mention some things. I believe that adapting a self-assessment tool could inform this process, and it could give it more meaning, make it more meaningful, and not leave it on the surface of just achieving some scores and some outcomes. So I will quickly give some definitions about what reflection is and what critical reflection is, because they do differentiate in some points. We have lots of definitions. You can see some characteristics ascribed to reflection, to reflective practice by Dewey, as an active, persistent, and careful consideration of beliefs. We have models of reflective practice, cycles of reflection. The most widely used is the one developed by Kolb and Fry, the experiential learning cycle, which has influenced my own work on reflection a lot. And if we take one step further, then we talk about critical reflection, how reflective practice can transform our existing knowledge of things, our understanding, maybe rethink about stereotypes we might have, as we listened in the previous presentation, espoused attitudes and beliefs. We should also remember that we act as teachers in a certain political and social structure, environment, which affects the way we act, the way we teach our students, the way we receive their responses. So, self-assessment, there are so many definitions about it. It is a way, a means for students and teachers to reflect on their work and discover their strengths and weaknesses. This is what most definitions come to. So what are the challenges for newly qualified teachers, and why I chose to focus on this target group? A major challenge is how to integrate what they have learned at university at a practical level, theoretical knowledge and practice. They have to face so many different obstacles when they start their careers. We heard yesterday Professor Tsolakidis talking about multi-grade schools, and this is the case for most newly qualified teachers when they're asked to go to rural areas, remote schools, and start something from scratch, maybe having no knowledge of how to deal with such situations. Complex demands that society places on teachers, and these complex demands come from the parents of the children. They could come from their inferiors, their superiors, sorry, they are the inferior in this case, from stakeholders, certain policies, pressures to meet certain outcomes, that make them see self-reflection as not a priority, time constraints, many different factors. So what you can see here is the portfolio I have created to be used by newly qualified lecturers at the beginning, but I think that with some alterations could be adopted by primary educators as well. It has 5 distinctive parts. The first one is a personal learning and teaching statement. The second one is the actual reflective diary of the teachers. The third one is peer assessment, where the critical friends come to join the process. Fourth one, student evaluation. And finally, the action plan, which has to be designed by the educator. So to take them individually, the teaching statement, I think that thinking and setting your philosophy when you start your teaching career is very important because this process makes you think about what you believe, what are your values, your ethical values, your code, your professional practice. And this is what makes the teacher realize where he or she stands and what they need to improve or not in many different levels, academic, personal or professional. And of course set goals, short-term or long-term. The second one, which doesn't have to be like the one I have chosen to show you this picture, could be an electronic one in nowadays. It's the systematic documentation of what the teacher does in the classroom. So we have teaching sessions, which include certain things like plans, specific outlines, observations, reflections. It could be done electronically. There are many templates, online templates for this. This time, this gives the teacher a hands-on opportunity to reflect and realize what the strong aspects are and what are the weak aspects of his teaching. The third one, and I think the most relevant to this conference topic, is the peer assessment evaluation by the critical friends, who could be a critical friend, it could be a colleague from the school I work, it could be an expert in the field whom I could invite, or it could be a colleague from another school, maybe a remote school. And given that we have the means to connect to each other, meaning a strong internet and all these digital tools we need, then yes, it could also work as a way to interconnect schools from different parts of Greece and the world and make teachers share common practices, share ways in which they solve any challenges or problems. So the evaluation could focus on many different aspects of teaching and learning. You can see them on the slide: planning, methods, delivery, content, participation, different things, or could focus on just one or two of them, depending on the needs of the teacher and what the goal of this process is. You can see a final note on the slide about the videotaping, given the consent of all the people involved, where we could link peer assessment and self-assessment. So the feedback I get from my peer becomes more clear to me when I watch the same session myself and try to understand what the points my peer has made. Student evaluation, quite easily in higher education, not easily enough because sometimes we cannot be very certain about how the student evaluates their lecturer. But according to our group of students, we can choose what aspects of teaching and learning they are able to assess. They have the cognitive level to assess. So we could evaluate session design, materials, facilities, handouts that are given by the teacher, clarity of presentation, feedback. I think this is the most important things, the main thing that primary or secondary students can assess, and overall impressions, they like or they don't like a session, why, what was the best part, what was the weakest part, And this again helps the teacher to realize strengths and weaknesses, and that will eventually lead to professional development. And finally, the action plan, drawing from all above, re-identify strengths and weaknesses, setting new goals. The teacher is asked to see whether the goals he or she sets in the beginning of this procedure have been met. If not, why? What next? What other strengths or weaknesses he or she has realized during this process? It's important to keep in mind that the process of self-assessment has to have a beginning and an end if we want to use it in a more formal way. It is a continuing process, of course. It could last forever. We can always improve ourselves. This never stops. It never ends. But if we want to plan, then we have to set a deadline for things to be finished and start something new. So to conclude, I think that one of the biggest advantages of reflective portfolios and reflective practice in general is the formation of an identity. It helps teachers to understand who they are, to self-explore themselves. It leads to self-awareness, and that's important, especially when we have to work with other people, to be self-aware of what we can achieve and what we can't. The formation of critical learning communities, and this again comes to the theme of the conference. It's a collaborative journey. We learn from each other, especially the part of the peer evaluation helps towards this direction. It's an internally motivated procedure. We're not asked, we're not obliged by somebody to do that. We want to do it, we want to become better. So that gives us the motivation to do it systematically and finish it at some point. And it could eventually lead to social change. And that means that by reflecting on what we do in the classroom, by reflecting on collaborative sessions that we have with other colleagues, we try to think how the other feels, be more empathetic, understand their values, and maybe this will lead us to a transformation of our own understanding of teaching in general and transformation of our thoughts. It could lead to formal assessment, as I said in the beginning. It could inform formal assessment. If the person who assesses a teacher, a newly qualified one, has a background of what happens in the classroom and has opportunity to read or observe some previous sessions, then she has the wider picture of what this person can do. It is not only about observing 40 minutes of teaching. And of course, it creates multiple paths for continuing professional development at all levels and eventually enhances our teaching practices. Now, next steps. This was just the first planning by me of how the portfolio could work. I would like to see whether primary teachers are positive or not about adapting a portfolio in their own practice, discuss the content of what I presented to you with them, and get some feedback about what could be changed. For example, there is a new trend about including parents' assessment in portfolios in recent years. Why? Because parents are the ones who continue, in a way, the curriculum at home. They have to work with their children, do homework, complete crafts with younger ones. And because they communicate with the school, so they could assess the level of communication between them, the school principal, or the teacher. And then as a first step, I would like to apply the portfolio, maybe with a sample of teachers and in a formal research design, see how this could work, or maybe not, in reality. So thank you for your attendance. I don't know if we'll have time for questions, if there are any. Thank you.
We have some time because unfortunately we have two presenters who could not make it. So this is the last presentation for this session. I suppose if someone wants to ask something? No? Okay.
Speaking for the discussion, you mean collaborative discussion, dialogues in small groups or person to person?
What discussion are you referring for? The second step.
The previous, yeah.
Okay, discuss the content. Yes, I mean.
The second step, discuss the content of the.
Yes, in an informal way, mainly with some colleagues, not formally, but yes, informally.
How many people there? I mean, groups of 16, 20 people?
I don't think so many. I think it's very difficult to find so many participants. I hope I can find these participants for the third step. Okay. So maybe 5 or 6 people just to see how it works.
So in a circle way? I'm talking about the dialogue method.
If it will be a focus group, for example, or individually, you mean? Yes?
Yeah, there are a lot of methods of
yes.
dialogue.
I was thinking about individually, to do it individually, to be honest, but now you give me a good idea of maybe creating a focus group and discuss things together. When we have focus groups, I think for this, in this case, maybe some people will be reluctant to respond to certain things if they come from the same school, if they are from different. I will think about it, thank you. My first thought was about individual discussions.
To build up a community of
yes, yes, it is.
And, okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we'll have the results of your work soon. I think we can end this session. Thank you very much again. We can have a break.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. And it's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Where your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Where your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. It's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
You say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
You say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. It's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
Okay, welcome back. And we are in a conference hall and for the digital tools and application for innovation and inclusion. I would like to call Ms. Aliki Maria Macri, which I'm going to present to us an integrated STEAM approach to learning about space.
Hello, thank you very much for having us today here. Give me a moment. Okay. So we are from Volos. Our intervention was implementing an integrated STEAM approach to learning about space. There were 4 of us, and we chose space because for sure this is a topic that always is suitable for numerous activities or educational activities to all ages, and it also stimulates the curiosity, especially to children. This was a program that was implemented in the Erasmus project entitled Playing with Protons Goes Digital, and we chose to implement this scenario to 5th and 6th graders. Although the solar system, the approach of our solar system, of knowing our solar system may seem a little bit common because students already know a few things about space and solar system and our planets, although we chose an approach that was more oriented in the scientific inquiry of knowledge and the addition of some digital tools that we use. This project, this scenario was implemented in 19 schools in Magnesia, in Volos. There were approximately 370 students, both 5th graders and 6th graders, and the duration of this implementation was almost 70 minutes long. Our main goal was to positively shift the students' attitude about science. We want them to be more keen and to be more interested about science and the way scientists work. Our scenario was based on the inquiry-based learning approach. It's a cycle that it's a repeated cycle that have 5 phases and helps students make real-world connections, and through the exploration they have high-level questioning, and they also help in problem solving and experimental learning. It is also a methodology that is followed in the scientific way of thinking. We can't talk about scientific inquiry alone because it's part of science in the context in the science, but what is science really is. There are certain features that gives us the distinctive characters of a model of the inquiry. These features are that this way of thinking is about the world, their interest, and their everyday life. During our intervention, the main goal was students to feel intuitively what science is and how scientists work. And also we wanted them to develop skills, attitudes, values, and in order to build the foundation of understanding the world. Also, we wanted to focus in specific characteristics such as science, as a complex social activity, as a blend of logic and imagination, as a, that also science demands evidence and is a process, and also that is a human endeavor. All these 5 characteristics are part of nature of science, such known as nos. In our scenario, first was we first asked with an image from we used that Stellarium, that is a space software, to capture an image of the night sky, and we asked students to recall their personal experiences and we start a conversation about through guided question about what can we see in the night sky Are all those that are up there the same? Are there any differences? And we want them in this point to make it clear that we wouldn't say what is wrong or right, because we wanted them to trust us, and we want them to explore what misconceptions they had in order to address them later. Also, in this phase, we introduce some new knowledge, or we revise some they already knew. Because it's a program about space, and the main key was the distance from the planet, we had to sort the planets based on their length, on the distance from the sun. They would use astronomical units. This is a new concept, basically in fifth graders. So we want them to know that we want them to make the connection that in our everyday life we measure, for example, our desk by using centimeters. If we want to measure something bigger, then we will have to use meters, and so on and so on. So if we want to measure something in space, we will use astronomical units, or even light year. In this point, we wanted also to make sure that they have understand what this means, and we use an example. If we know, knowing that the distance from the sun, Earth's distance from the sun is 1 AU, 1 astronomical unit, then we ask them if we are in point 1, will the distance be bigger or it would be smaller? We want them to see and think, and of course answer that the point 1 is further away from the sun, and so the distance will be greater. The same one with the point 2. This also helped us see if they have understood decimal numbers, and those below 0 especially. Also, we want them to realize that we can't trust our senses. What we see is not always what is right. So with this example, we want them to see the two black dots, the two blue dots, and we ask them if they can say which one is bigger. So through this discussion, we want them to recall the diameter, which is what we use in order to measure a circle, and to conclude that if we know the diameter of a circle, only knowing the diameter of a circle, we can compare two circles or see which one is bigger or smaller. In this point, we want them, by doing this, we want them to understand that math is not only essential, and it's not only it's the spiritual tool that helps us understand the world around us through logic and not through the senses. For this reason, maths are undeniable and absolute. In the second phase, we had students divided in groups. Usually, those groups had 3 or 4 pupils, and we hand them 2 or 3 marker cards that had printed on them some celestial bodies, and we asked them to observe them, to make some assumption, and try to find or guess which body they had handed. They also had to discuss, one with only in their groups, to discuss and try to convince why they think that, or and try to persuade the rest of them in order to make a conjecture. We also used for this, in this phase, we used the meta-class application, which is an augmented reality tool, and it helped students find some data about these bodies they were handed, the diameter and the distance from the sun, and they also had the opportunity to observe the celestial bodies around and in detail. After that, they could also change their hypothesis based on what they have seen, or maybe they have changed their mind. Why is technology important? By doing this, we want them to understand that technology is something, it's a tool that we use. It's not like a project, it's a product. It's a way of thinking, and it's a product of science and scientific thinking. To do so, we asked them if they have seen with a telescope before, and that a telescope originated from Galileo, and this also helped him find that the sun, that Earth is orbiting around the sun. Later, we want them to think. Every team had to present to the whole class their hypothesis and the assumption they made, by always answering the question why. Why we think that based on the diameter, on the distance from the sun, and through this we want them to conclude and make the chart with the planets of our solar system right, and they start thinking like scientists because they had to persuade one another and use logic, and not based like I think this is, for example, the moon because I just think it is. In the end, we asked them to, they had some comprehension questions about, and we had filled our chart, and in this chart there was the diameter and the distance from the sun. So these questions were about which planet is the biggest one, or is further away from the sun. And in the end, they had the whole solar system that they can see the planets orbiting the sun, and help them. And later, we put the planets in the correct order with the name on top, in order to make them, in order to help them remember um, maybe easier the name, the order, and have some and address some of the misconceptions they had. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're moving on, and I would like to call Ms. Maria Kariotakis. She's going to talk about chatbots in hybrid learning and training environments.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me here to be with you and all the great presenters. So, I come from the Directorate of Secondary Education. I'm an education consultant in the field of economics, and I will present you an implementation of chatbots in a classroom or in general business course. So, in the beginning, I will show you an Erasmus program we had with the university, under the umbrella of the University of Piraeus. It was the Teachers for Europe program. It was about democratic culture and 21st century skills. We designed a chatbot. As we, I mean me as a teacher at that point. It was 2020 to 2023. duration program. We designed it and built it with the students, and our goal at that point was to use technology as a tool so that we can embrace 21st century skills in the classroom and, of course, to our students. As we said in the beginning, a digital tool is a technological way to teach everything. And of course, one of our learning objectives was skills. So our chatbot was not so clever, but generally AI chatbots can be used in several ways, and they can actually be complementary to a teacher. In what way? With a chatbot, and of course the famous chatbot ChatGPT, now that it's a trend, we can look for any concept. We can make research, we can produce content, and of course assist in any skill and in any concept, such as problem solving and decision making. Of course, an advanced form of ChatGPT is the 4th edition, which entails that we can produce, we can analyze text and images, and therefore they can, this tool can help in upper secondary education. AI chatbots can be used for design thinking purpose. It means that we can use it for a business course that involves growth and innovation. We can use it to process, as I said earlier, visual-based information like diagrams, flowcharts, infographics, very usual in economics education. We can make discussion, we can make conversations with under many methodologies, for example, for inquiry-based learning, or open-ended questions like brainstorming questions. We can be guided to logical deduction and make suggestions, and therefore we can use it in experimentation in order to bring up-to-date information and real-world scenarios in the classroom. Chatbots, like design thinking tool, as I said, are very helpful in design thinking skills. Why? Because they can be used in an interdisciplinary framework. They can be used in any subject and for almost every methodological cause. They can be a collaboration tool. They can also be more tailor-based so that we can make adaptations, the necessary adaptations we want, and also we can reflect on them as they can be very interactive. Anyone can actually use a framework, a technological framework, to produce chatbot, either or they can use it a ready edition like the one I told you earlier. Actually, they have many advantages because they can be used in different devices. They have many integrations, and actually we can use data analytics in order to find out if our chatbot is interesting. So in a business environment now, we can use it as a simulator because in the beginning of our business plan, we try to find out the needs and priorities of our clients, of the stakeholders of the environment in our business. First of all, after we make this primary research, we need to set a purpose, define the problem that we need to attend. We use, at that point, an AI chatbot to help us with mind mapping and brainstorming, because, for example, if we have a team with 10 counterparts, imagine adding an AI chatbot to bring some new ideas in the conversation. Of course, we always use in the team the scientific knowledge, because an AI chatbot is not actually a dogma. We need to question an AI chatbot and propose the quite a set of questions to that chatbot. Afterwards, after we have the mind mapping set, we go to a prototype. We make a pilot program and we evaluate our plan. Of course, after the evaluation, we need to go back to our action plan and implement it in order to have a result. So now, if we bring this to a business course in the classroom, first of all, I would suggest to all teachers, whatever their secondary or higher education, to introduce their students into cognitive profiles. By cognitive profiles, we mean that memory and concentration are basic parts of learning, and therefore we need to make them embrace cognitive skills into their knowledge and cognitive profile. That means that we as teachers and educators, we need to have knowledge about cognitive profiles. And this is my PhD, actually. So the first part, I always begin with any course with this stage, cognitive profile. Later, we, of course, in every course, we need to define learning objectives. And inside these objectives comes higher cognitive skills. At this point, high cognitive skills is more like 21st century skills. And this is the first point of skills that we need to introduce our students to. Later, we use chatbots and other kind of tools, either as a tool, ready-made tool, or we can construct it as part of a scaffolding process. We, as teachers with digital knowledge, can actually build a chatbot with our students. Because there are chatbots that are more easy to build, and there are many tutorials in the internet. Later, of course, we make this model after we have a suggestion, we make a proposal, we have our model, we use a prototype, and we reflect on practices. So, of course, as I told you before, learn about your students' background, make the objectives you want, for example, create a business plan. Later, encourage a hybrid learning environment with multiple methodologies inside the teaching plan. Of course, every plan needs to have multiple scenarios. So you need to embrace adaptability as a basic skill for teachers, adaptability. So use many tools, make use case diagrams, organize lectures to industries of organize guest lectures from the industry in the school in order to be able to bring knowledge with skills in the classroom and use it in your classroom. Later, you can have the presentation of your chatbot with the ideas and skills you implemented and you showed that you can bring in the classroom and make reflective thinking. So everything as a prototype, for example, a chatbot can be a prototype. Everything can be a prototype, and you can make a presentation in your classroom. Of course, you can also collect feedback, because in any scenario, you need to collect feedback and make reflections on what you created. And of course, you can refine the original plan. You can make suggestions to improve the chatbot, to be more functional and to be more creative. And this is all me. Thank you. Okay, from chatbox to music. Miss Maria Dagliani is going to, Luisa Dagliani, excuse me, is going to talk about musiological methodology to teaching English as a foreign language. Yeah.
Good afternoon to you all. I found it. Okay. Okay. I'm an English teacher who happens to also be a museologist. I teach at a school in northeastern Greece in a small village called Gendavros. And today we'll have a look at some of the ways that I teach my students English. Over the last few years, a significant interest has been placed on skills-based learning, and in particular, on promoting more contemporary approaches to teaching that transmit knowledge through the cultivation of soft skills in students. As the information age has us entangled in its web of intrigue and knowledge, and young learners seek innovative, more challenging avenues when grasping new ideas, educational theories are constantly being tested and in need of being modernized so as to revamp mainstream teaching. Our modern times differ considerably than in the past due to technological and societal advances. The continual progress being made in our modern fast-track times brings great influences in the educational sphere. What are these skills, though, that will enable today's students to both absorb knowledge and meet future challenges with success? As many of you would be aware, the basic soft skills, or for those that speak Greek, the dexiotites are a big thing lately, are often described as the 4 Cs, an umbrella term for the 4 skills it represents: creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. To these, I would like to add technological literacy, problem solving, productivity, innovation, personal and social responsibility. How then can we facilitate students to achieve new educational horizons and a better perspective of 21st century ideals by conjoining all the skills that we just referred to? One way is by removing the students from the stereotypical conservative constraints of the classroom and placing them in a friendlier, informal environment. The classroom becomes converted into a place that they call their own, an educational space that guides them through learning in an unintimidating, experimental and entertaining way. A classroom that externalizes intrinsic motivations by enculturating students and giving them a new cultural outlook of the world. The ultimate aim after a series of lessons in the classes I teach is to create their own museum exhibition. So what is the case of Xanthi's mountainous region? Often rural areas are burdened with the remoteness and the detachment from their central city. Our particular village is 30 kilometers away from the center of the city, and often we're in the disadvantageous position of missing out on most of the cultural stimuli of the center. With this in mind, and considering that museum-based learning awakens the senses of students by encouraging them to think out of the box, What follows is an innovative interdisciplinary approach to teaching that delineates cultural awareness and promotes diversity in the conceptual patterns of the students. What we've done in our school, we've renamed 3 school spaces. The first room is the Think Room, which is the school library, and it is transformed into the first stop where students are enlightened and inspired and their inventiveness travels begin. Here students are briefed on the proposed themes that we'll be looking at. As we'll see later on in the presentation, the topics are endless. They can be history topics, art topics, current affairs issues, technology, science, and so on and so forth. Here, ideas, thoughts, plans are exchanged and discussed. We then move to the free room. At this stage, we enter our classroom again, but with a different way of looking at our classroom and a different way of seeing, and therefore a different way of thinking. The free room is divided into working stations depending on the ideas we exchanged in the think room. In short, students grasp knowledge in their own hands, attempting to interpret, express, and produce outcomes from it on their own terms. Their thought patterns become challenged as they try to understand the new concept set before them. Then we move to the third room, possibly the most popular room for our students. It is here that they present their works. Initially, we present the students' works like a classical traditional museum. I don't have time in this presentation to show you. We then move on to technological presentations of the works through different apps. And the kids here give us a guided tour of their creations and what they came to understand from their Become a Museum Curator experience. So what are the benefits of museum education? It enlivens school lessons and awakens all the senses. Learning is no longer a passive, mechanistic obligation, but rather it necessitates the active participation of students. Experience has shown that even the more introverted or even the restless students engage wholeheartedly in museological activities because they view the learning process as something entertaining without the fear of making a mistake. It encourages critical thinking. Museum education gives students the opportunity to compare, to become problematized, to design using various audio-visual, artistic, or research means. The new generation, as we all know, has everything set before them with one click of a laptop or a mobile phone. Everything appears boring to them as they feel that everything is set before them. It awakens emotions in the imagination. Within the scope of this museum project, various interdisciplinary and intercultural issues come to the surface that engage students in open communication. Feelings and opinions on certain topics, often not discussed during mainstream lessons, arise, giving way to conversation that both improves linguistic skills but also helps solve students with their problems. It constructs a feeling of personal identification. Museum-based learning reinforces the notion of oneself. It assists building character traits and shaping personalities by bringing students before dilemmas, choices, opinions relating to the given topics that they were chosen. Let's have a quick tour of the museum that our students have created. We had a look with the grade 3s, for example, at the face parts and colours, and we also had a look at Picasso and how Picasso was inspired to draw, and then the students created their own Picasso faces. They then described the parts of the faces, the colours. The grade 4s had a look at the Indigenous history of Australia, and we had a look at a lot of things here, the history, the art, the elements they use, the traits of other civilizations, and they created their own artistic works here representing the culture of the Indigenous. Then grade 5s had a look at cultural affairs. They had not seen magazines, and we ended up finding different issues and topics to discuss here. Recycling, we made our own little museum boxes and robots. Grade 1s and 6s joined forces and created abstract art and discussed the feelings that were produced by making all of this. Okay. When schools can't visit museums, schools then create their own museums. Okay. That's all. Okay. Thank you very much.
From STEAM and chatbots to museological methodology, a combination now for theater and science is going to be presented by Ekaterini Rossi.
Thank you very much. Hello, I am Ekaterini Maria Rossi, a science teacher, a geologist, and also a geology educator at the 3rd Gymnasium of Lefava, a junior high school near Athens, Greece. We have a long history with science. We have an active science laboratory with continuous experiments and participation in various activities aiming at the enhancement of students' interest in science, as well as related teacher training programs in Europe, such as CERN, ESA. We consider our school a living laboratory, a dynamic organization, constantly interacting with the hosting community, listening to the messages of our time, and responding to modern challenges. It may be unusual to combine arts and drama with science and its difficult terminologies that are hard to transmit to the recipient in traditionally teaching methods. However, I will be describing our experience of science, making our students acquainted with the solar system, a topic largely underestimated in compulsory school curricula in Greece. A lot less important task was to open our traditional classrooms, to develop cooperative skills, to achieve a common goal, and to empower an intensive interest to what happens not only inside, but also outside the classroom in an entertaining way, where young people have to deal with social problems, but also create new ideas and promote research and innovation. So, we have traditional pedagogy with excellent products, as you can see. But we can also teach science through theater. Transferring a description from a textbook to a 3D live representation requires a recognition of knowledge on the part of the students. Through social interaction that includes both language and mental activities, students better understand new knowledge, and teachers have the ability to check students' level of understanding and give immediate feedback. That's what Odegaard said in 2012. An appropriate learning environment for learning science requires a variety of teaching approaches. What is LSTT? Learning Science Through Theater is an initiative of ScienceView based on various European projects such as Creative Creations, OZOS, and CASE in cooperation with the Faculty of Philosophy, Pedagogy, and Psychology of National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and is under the auspices of the Greek Ministry of Education. In the context of the activity, students implement a theatrical performance related to scientific issues such as the solar system and learn science in a creative way. The specific objectives of the activity, which have as a central axis the interdisciplinary interconnection of science with aspects of art, aiming at the enhancement of students' interest in science, involve both students and teachers. So, Pluto is lost. The plot. With the intent of stimulating students' curiosity on a severely underestimated topic of formal education, and bearing in mind that it is impossible to visualize the solar system on stage, we built a script mainly relying on imagination. Based on ancient Greek mythology, we humanized, deified the planets so as to be examined as witnesses by Halley's detective, Comet, hired by the Sun Star King when Pluto, furious about being expelled from the planetary group, the hard core of the solar system, and having fallen into the new category of dwarf planets, left with his moon Charon, disturbing the system's harmony. That's the opening scene. So, Halley's comet starts his investigation from Mercury and ends up at Neptune's, examining the planets one by one and their main moons. As the planets are separated into rocky and gas giants by the asteroid belt, so is his search interrupted by the dance of asteroids, the fear and terror of the solar system. Finally, Pluto is brought back to place and order by his mother-in-law, the dwarf planet Demeter, Ceres. In ancient Greek mythology, Pluto is married to Persephone, daughter of Demeter. So I will not bore you with the phases of the teaching model followed. What is important is that students developed research questions, identified, investigated, experimented on this scenario, and constructed knowledge. They selected the topic of the theatrical play, getting immersed in active investigations of scientific issues and engaged in collaborative discourse and creation. As a result, students managed to constructively build on on each other's ideas, enhance the learning of scientific concepts, co-create and perform theatrical plays. The cooperation engaged them in meaningful activities in authentic environments, and the theatrical performance helped them learn and impress and express scientific concepts using their body, their gestures. That's embodied learning. And that led students to the most successful representation of scientific concepts, enabled the connection of students to modern forms of art, while even the unconscious movements performed by the students may be indicative of the degree of appropriation and embodiment of scientific contexts. The meaning to viewers is also conveyed with the use of multiple representational systems. So we have the mischievous dance of the asteroids, dancing and singing the lyrics of the song, while alternating images related to the lyrics were being projected on the background. We have Saturn's fear of gaining new rings if the comet passes too close, by its combined with projector images showing related collisions. We have the solar eclipse presented by children, explained by them and shown by the projector. In addition to this, we refer to the modern challenges we recall to face, such as the comet goes to get paid for his services, but there is a default and bankruptcy that was very popular back then. We also have many references to our attitude towards the environment today, where it will lead us, and who will be the first loser. And what did we do to promote Pluto? We aimed at the other neighboring schools, teacher communities, and colleagues of the 4th Directorate of Secondary Education of Athens. We also contacted other institutions like the Glyfada municipality, and we also presented in conferences such as the COSPOR, the SEL IAU workshop, and of course learning from the extremes today. But the best, we also received many awards for that. It was awarded the best theatrical and musical performance related to scientific issues in the educational activity Learning Science Through Theater in Athens, 2017. We also received the AP Squared 2018 Science Communication Award in the category Best Fine and Performing Arts by the Athens Science Festival, which is one of the best festivals in Greece. To sum up, but before summing up, the best award, though, has been our students, who didn't have the best of marks, didn't like science, but their performance has changed by their view. They are looking forward to the new script every year. It's the 10th year of creating scientific theater this year. Isn't this the ultimate goal for us science teachers, our students to love science? How else can they go on studying hard for so many years if they don't have the passion for it? And believe me, they're growing more and more passionate. So, to sum up, combining astronomy with theater was a difficult task to accomplish. We could not rely on special effects to capture the audience's attention, as at the movies. Nevertheless, the aims of the activity were met, both for students as well as the teachers. We have been using theater to teach since 2016, and we highly recommend it to the educational community, especially the activity learning science through theater. Urania, the muse of astronomy, was our first inspiration. Others followed, leading our students to science as well as to the formation of a star observation group, an e-twinning group, and its involvement in light pollution. We will talk about this at the next Learning from the Extremes conference. We would like to thank the teams of Learning Science Through Theater and Science View, especially Mr. Meneleo Sotiriou. And last but not least, we would like to thank the parents of our students and our colleagues at the Third Gymnasium of Glyfada for their help and constant support. Thank you very much.
Going on. Improving Family Ties and Adolescent Relationships in Open Schooling by Eleni Kola.
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Kola Eleni, and I am a teacher of modern Greek language and history at First Lyceum of Sparta, and I'm also an assistant professor at Philipps University at Nicosia, Cyprus. My topic is improving family ties and adolescent relationships in open schooling. The school, as an institution of society, aims at the all-around development and formation of the student's personality and their integration into social system. The open school aims to develop the humanitarian values and the equality of all people, along with solidarity, understanding, acceptance, and respect for diversity, the cultivation and development of empathy and emotional intelligence, the sense of individual responsibility, and the awareness of common people's problems. Moreover, educate students through experiential actions and programs in personal and social development skills and functions as a community in which students, teachers, parents are actively involved. The most important characteristics of the open school, naming them in succession, are the experiential learning, the innovative educational actions, creativity, collegiality, cooperation, and decision-making, the cultivation of critical thinking, and the ability to effectively solve problems are also added in the list. The culture of the open school aims at the all-around cultivation and development of the student's personality in the context of emotional security, self-esteem, self-respect, and respect for fellow human beings. The positive school climate is enhanced through the development, cultivation, and strengthening of the school's relationships with parents and the wider local community. A key parameter for strengthening relationships is the cultivation of a culture of cooperation and mutual trust among students, teachers, parents, and the local community. Our contribution and our project captured as a pedagogical practice that was implemented in 2 sections of the first class at the First Lyceum of Sparta, with the aim of preventing intra-school violence cases, fostering the integration and inclusion of foreign students by looking at common adolescent concerns and problems, and strengthening the institution of the family. This action developed in 6 stages. As we prevent the stages of this action, we should emphasize that we aim to mitigate incidents of violence at school, to promote the inclusion and assimilation of foreign students into the student community, and to strengthen family ties. At the beginning of the activity, a questionnaire was given to students of the 2 sections in order to detect their relationship with their peers and their relationship with their parents. On this slide, you can see the questions with the relative percentages of the responses. The 75% of our students answered that they don't like their classmates who come from another country, and that's very sad. The 96% have noticed incidents of violence at school, and particularly worrying was the fact that the 66% of our students answered that they have been a victim of intra-school violence. All of the students, 100%, answered that they thought that their parents are overreacting, and they argue with them all the time. In the slides below, we will see how much these percentages have changed and improved after the action. As for how our project was implemented, in the A3 section, in the literature course through literary text, prose and poetry, the role of the mother was taught during the first 4 months. 3 poems and 3 prose parts by Greek and foreign poets and writers were taught. Indicatively, I mention The Mother, written by Georgios Vizinos, My House, written by Didos Sotiriou, and Letters to My Mother, written by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. At the same time, in the A4 section, in the same course through literary text, prose and poetry, the role of the father was taught. 3 poems, Profession Father Actor, Sacred Memory and the Father, and the entire literary work, My Father by Leo Buscaglia, were taught. So, as to clarify certain concepts, the mother-child relationship from infancy is considered the cornerstone of the individual's personality and social development, a strong bond that begins at birth and continues throughout a person's life. Love, affection, tenderness, and devotion are its main characteristics. Also safety, warmth, and protection. The mother is the role model that qualifies children with moral principles and respect. The mother also encourages the child to socialize and associate with peers, and at the same time eliminate any self-centered side of him. Moreover, mother means continuous offer and forgiveness, support, and a refugee of the person regardless of his age. The mother is the consolation to her child's sorrows. As for the father's role, we can say it's a role model, an archetype. A great role is attributed to the father's role in the prevention of child behavior disorders, such as antisocial behavior, child delinquency, and other mental disorders and psychopathological manifestations. Playing with the father, the child explores, knows, accepts his limits, and gains control of his reality. But by gaining control of his reality, the child gains in self-awareness and self-esteem. Father's love also provides children with protection, security, and connection with the outside world. Additionally, the active presence of the father is a crucial factor that will determine the child's confidence in himself and his ability to respond to new challenges. Also helps the child to acquire self-awareness and self-confidence. After the teaching phase was completed, the students collaboratively created PowerPoint presentations on the key elements concerning each person's role. Then, in the context of the modern Greek language course, the problems teenagers face with their parents were discussed and recorded. It's important to emphasize that the school became a meeting place for teachers and students on Friday afternoons. Friday afternoons then became a favorite habit for our students. During these meetings, the children of the two sections exchange views on the problems with their parents. It is important to mention that opinions of refugee children were also heard. Gradually, the students began to bond with each other and discovering common concerns that led to a reduction and elimination of conflicts between them during breaks. In addition, the students, cultivating their empathy and understanding the greatest difficulties of the refugee children, embraced them with love and fully accepted them. At the stages 4 and 5, with the consent of the students, we organized an event in which the school psychologist talked and advised parents on the relationship changes of their children during adolescence. The children, with the guidance of the psychologist, listened to the concerns and fears of the parents and understood their parents' perspectives. After the completion of 12 meetings, a questionnaire was given to the students, the teachers of both sections, and the parents who participate in order to determine whether the objectives of the action were achieved. Here you can see the questions for the students after the actions. It is very important that the 96% of our students answer now that they like their classmates who come from another country, the same percentage also noticed that school incidence of violence has decreased. The majority of our students concerned about the role of their parents in their life, and it's important to mention that the 98% of our students confirmed a great improvement in their relationships with their parents. Regarding teachers, the 93 of them answered that they noticed an improvement in the relationship between the students of the two sections and confirmed a great reduction in incidents of violence at school. A separate questionnaire has given to the parents that participated. The 94% of the parents mentioned that their child reported an improvement in the school climate. The 94% of the parents also confirmed that their relationship with their children has improved and that their children behave and react milder and more gently than in the past. It's very important to mention that there was a drastic, after the action, at the end of the semester, a drastic reduction in intra-school violence and conflicts between the students of the two sections, because they developed strong bonds through cooperation in the specific action and understanding of their common problems. There was also acceptance and inclusion of refugee students through understanding their problems and having developed their emotional intelligence. There was improvement of family relations through recognizing the important role of parents and understanding their concerns, but also their selfless love. Strengthening of family ties and development of friendship between students are also improved. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm afraid because two of the presenters, they couldn't attend in this conference session, I have to close the session early, so we have to go on a break, and we'll be back at 4:30 for the closing session of these conferences. Thank you very much. See you in a while.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. It's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it, and it's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
So we are coming towards the close of this conference. Thank you for being here on a Saturday afternoon. I'm really excited to chair this session about our experience with learning from the extremes, what we have learned working with the 123 schools around Europe. We will have a two-part session. One session, Dr. Holidis will present our project's legacy, the roadmap, and then we will have Dr. Hart and Manela Sotiriou presenting how important was the impact of our project with concrete data from the 123 schools. And then we will have a discussion between national coordinators. I can see here colleagues from Finland, Cyprus, Portugal, Greece, and Romania, Spain, and Italy, and Ireland, sorry. I have already introduced you, Richard, so yeah, it's keep my mind, sorry. To have a discussion about our common experiences with the school. But before that, our project's legacy, the roadmap with Dr. Holidi. Sophia.
Thank you very much, Stephanos. Good evening, not good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for being here. I'm going to present you the roadmap of learning from the extremes. This is going to present and describe the journey that Learning from the Extremes made, the project, and the schools that followed this route. So we will start from the beginning. Technology evolution has given the individuals the opportunity to achieve their goals as quickly and effectively as possible. It's been indissolubly connected to growth and economic development, and it's considered one of the most important factors that contribute to having access to people, information, and services. For people in urban areas, high-speed communication, accessing technology, and use of digital services may be given. However, for those who live in rural areas, it's not. In rural communities, the underdeveloped communication infrastructure has a direct impact to their economic and social welfare, as it's deterring for businesses and industries to make investments in general. Therefore, the necessity of developing telecommunication services and providing for these areas high technology infrastructure is huge. Domains such as education, health, economy, civil management, and administration, and society in general can benefit from access to improved communications, commerce, and information. The above limitations result in having schools with no or limited access to internet resources, and in turn, teachers and students with only a few or no opportunities to deploy digital tools and contents during their lessons. The divide between urban and rural areas does not only concern the access to technology and services, but also the creation of knowledge. For instance, a professional in a remote area with limited or no access to broadband cannot use digital applications and contents, whereas his counterparts in an urban area has a broadband connection with low cost and access to any type of knowledge. The broadband access cost in a poor rural area is very high for an individual who has low literacy rates and a poor career training. Thus, it's unlikely that he can afford it, and that is why large-scale technology initiatives have little hope of success unless at least a basic level of community capacity is in place. This graph shows young people's digital skills in all European countries and the divide between urban and rural areas.
In short, the present graph scans the horizon of Europe and the needs that many countries have in relation to digital skills. As we see, there are countries that show big difference in terms of digital skills between urban and rural areas such as Bulgaria, Ireland, Greece, Croatia, Cyprus, Portugal, and Finland, and these 10 countries are the ones that participate in Learning from the Extremes project. The call for pilot projects and preparatory actions in the field of communications, networks, content, and technology are especially the call for a preparatory action to increase access to educational tools in areas and communities with low connectivity or access to technologies, was a timely initiative to research and pilot school projects that would enable them to advance the quality and sustainability of teaching and learning in remote and rural rural schools, and to reinforce the interaction between schools and local communities. In this framework, Learning from the Extremes project was born. It aimed at addressing inequalities of access to digital education by enhancing inclusion and by reducing the digital gaps suffered by school communities from remote areas, offering a vision of what can be achieved with adequate investment in ICT infrastructure, tools and content, and financing rural schools. Based on the HEC model, the highly equipped and connected classroom, and its three scenarios, namely the entry level, the advanced level, and the cutting edge level. A fast-track mechanism was set up to coordinate and implement a cycle of open calls for proposals, their evaluation, the selection of the most promising ones, their funding, their monitoring, and their finalization. An effective recruitment campaign was designed targeting the right stakeholders, including local and national authorities, schools and school networks, disseminating the open call far and wide, and managing the submission of the proposals and the selection process of the applicants, whereas a systematic evaluation process was also developed. More specifically, the Learning from the Extremes Consortium prepared and published a call of proposals to fund the deployment of pilots to allow primary, secondary, and vocational schools. The funding was up to 20,000 euros, and the duration of the selected projects was up to 12 months. The total available funding for the calls was 1,200,000 euros. 290 projects from all 10 participating countries were submitted for evaluation. 76 projects were selected through the evaluation process with 123 schools, more than 600 teachers, and approximately 14,000 students involved in. The selected projects and the best practices come from Greece, Finland, Portugal, Ireland, Croatia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Spain, Italy, and Romania. In order to supplement the available tools for innovation in hands of schools, stakeholders, an inventory of best practices and successful applications of how to increase access to digital education solutions was built up, focusing on schools located in remote areas. Utilizing the same thematic areas as those of strategies, 55 best practices on how to increase access to digital educational solutions in rural schools were selected, classified into 6 dimensions, and are available on the LFE community portal. The best practices emerged from the participatory engagement activities held in the participating countries with the support of the LFE national coordinators and the constant communication they had with their local networks of stakeholders. The rural schools participating in the LFE project could use them as reference points to help them identify and address their needs in digital infrastructure, network, devices, software, and digital content, and read examples of professional learning opportunities related to digital and rural education. In addition, successful school leadership practices, practices that support personalized and inclusive learning, networking with stakeholders, and community learning inspired them when implementing their innovation plans. These best practices facilitated the innovation plans of the LFE schools, but can do the same to any other rural school. The creation of a strong network of users at national and international level was one of the key aspects for the writing of a success story. In LFE, a strong support mechanism was created and maintained by the community building team in support and with collaboration of all national coordinators and members of the consortium. The vision of the support mechanism was to set the basis for a strong collaboration network for the LFE schools to provide the necessary guidance, consultation, and support, and to present a space for the exchange of good practices, to build joint projects around mutual interests, and to be a space where all participants develop a sense of belonging. Therefore, the main three targets of community support and training were developing communities of practices, matching the scenarios and needs, and monitoring the process. The support mechanism of learning from the extremes relies on a community-building platform, which is a complex network of cross-created techniques, tools, and resources, and aggregates the necessary support for the successful creation of the school's projects and activities. Its aim was to help headmasters and educators to materialize the development plan of the school on a coherent way where the design of the journey was transformed into projects that are in line with the desired outcome. For this to be properly supported, a series of tools were made available to enable the construction of the necessary steps towards the improvement of the competence profile of educators and learners in line with the DIG Comp Edu, presentation of techniques to engage the communities as a whole, design thinking techniques and tools to support the tracking of the school transformation. The core of the support mechanism was the LFE portal that mirrored the LFE community, in which the schools had the opportunity to communicate, to exchange ideas, establish collaborations, access educational resources, draw good practices, and get informed about the webinars that were built up for the needs of the LFE schools. Moreover, they were provided with a useful repository of information on how they can receive support to develop their digital competency in creating their own digital material. LFE schools have and will continue having access to these resources as members of the LFE community. In the context of the LFE project, the selected rural schools were continuously supported by the national coordinators while implementing their funded projects through differentiated opportunities for professional development of teachers and school leaders. The LFE Summer School was organized to integrate the project outcomes and tools so as to provide a mentoring and support service for rural education. A number of examples of professional learning opportunities were provided that could be used for teacher professional development in relation to the digital competency and innovation, as well as training and support material for creating digital content. The LFE team attempted to link European and national digital rural education initiatives to support the exchange of digital learning content among rural schools. The overall work was based on a path that starts with a school's reflection followed by a transformation development plan. The starting point is the self-reflection tool and the school development plan, with the former describing where the school stands and the latter illustrating its vision and where it wants to go. This is where the innovation journey starts from. Aiming to validate the impact of the implemented strategies, the technology tools and/or infrastructure that was employed in the pilot classrooms of the participating schools, LFE designed assessment activities to be run during the whole lifespan, the whole school year of the large-scale pilots. The proposed methodology studied the expected impacts from multiple perspectives, allowing comparisons between classes that follow different teaching approaches and thus contributing to a deeper understanding of the field. The overall methodology reflected the objectives of the project, the KPIs and the key stakeholders, involved a mix of quantitative and qualitative instruments and focused on the pre and post self-reflection process of the schools based on the use of self-reflection surveys. It was recommended that R4C SRT should be utilized primarily as this integrates components from both SELFIE and also SRT. The school performance between the two measurements was the reference point for the overall intervention of the project. The assessment framework also sought to describe the capturing of qualitative aspects of stakeholder impact through the use of workshops, focus groups, interviews, and tracking of student interest progression via surveys of pre-post reflections. At the following graphs, we can see the results from the pre and post SRTs that each participating school has conducted at the beginning and at the end of the school project's piloting. They show the frequencies of the final scores of the whole sample with indication of a normal distribution. The improvement that has been shown is 24.54%. This graph of the impact is even clearer by looking at it. More details about the impact of the LFE project will be presented next by our LFE partner, Richard Hart from TCT and Menelo Sotiriou from ScienceU. Through the LFE impact assessment, opportunities and challenges emerged. The challenges were more or less common among the LFE schools from all 10 participating countries. This suggests that no matter how many differences there are among countries, rural schools face the same challenges. These challenges were already reported while the LFE project was conducting the research regarding needs analysis. A few of them are low socioeconomic status, fewer resources, number of staff, equipment, learning and teaching materials, connectivity, lack of development opportunities, low level of financing, and etc. On the other hand, through the impact assessment, some opportunities were pointed out, such as teachers being more enthusiastic, showing a higher degree of commitment. Schools are smaller with fewer classes and fewer students, which gives more opportunities for a more personal learning and teaching relationship. As far as the outcomes of the LFE project is concerned, a strategy was developed based on the insight gained by the collected data, the various dialogues with stakeholders, and running the deployment pilots regarding how to increase access to digital education in remote areas and communities with low connectivity, limited or no access to devices and digital educational tools and content throughout the EU. Complementary to the pool of best practices, this constituted a publication of ready-to-use guidelines and standards, the Rural Schools Innovation Roadmap. The roadmap supports the diffusion of the Learning from the Extremes project in schools all over Europe on the basis of the implementation work of 123 schools across Europe, which offered a unique opportunity to test the effectiveness of the proposed strategy for innovation and transformation. Outlining a concrete overview of the implementation of the LFE approaches, it offers a clear description of the necessary steps that schools need to take in order to address inequalities of access to digital education by enhancing inclusion and reducing the digital gap suffered by school communities from remote areas with low connectivity, limited or no access to devices and digital educational tools and content. The key outcome of the project was to give a concrete overview of what is known so far about the implementation of school innovation in general and to incorporate these insights into the transformation journey. Therefore, the Rural School Innovation Roadmap is basically a pool of suggested actions that can be taken into account in order to support schools' digital transformation journey, develop future policy plans, and make investments. In brief, this is the full cycle that LFE schools followed in order to get transformed with support of the Learning from the Extremes services. In this slide, we try to reflect what is needed to diffuse innovation by following specific actions that LFE highlighted through the LFE pilot's implementation. These actions are the following: needs analysis, digital transformation plan, funding and purchasing, school community team building, use of available resources, continuous professional development, community engagement and support, ongoing peer support, scaling and legacy planning, and sustainability plan. The key recommendations for teachers are the following. Firstly, schools need a clear vision and leadership to embark on their transformation journey towards digital change and innovation. More specifically, school leaders need to create a shared vision for how digital innovation can better meet the needs of all learners and to develop a plan that translates the vision into action. This begins with the needs analysis, which should be carried out with stakeholders at different levels, including school management, parental community groups, classroom teachers, special education needs coordinators, and societies for education and training, and where possible, students' representatives. Secondly, they need to form a digital transformation action plan, which should, first of all, start small and scale up. This allows the school to come to terms with the introduction of a relatively small inventory of technology. Trying to do too much at once can cause a strain on time and training resources and could cause resistance from teachers. Also, they need to plan a plan to scale up the use of technology using similar approaches over the next years. Then, they need to establish a cultural leader or champion. A stakeholder or group of stakeholders, such as teachers, principals, or administrative staff must take on the role of cultural champion to oversee the implementation, training, and support of the new technologies. This stakeholder should arrange training schedules and be a point of contact to support, encourage, and motivate other teachers. Once teachers have brought into the digital transformation, they themselves often become champions, thereby creating a proliferation effect. Then they need to promote the school as a community technology hub. The teachers' efforts to showcase their technology to the community led to a number of benefits. The school became visible as a technology learning hub, therefore increasing opportunities for further investment from local businesses or parents' groups. Also, allowing students to disseminate their work further increase their motivation to do further work. Then, forge collaborative ties. Teachers gained valuable inspiration for new projects based on seeing what other schools were doing. Schools could upload their projects to an online portal supplied by the LFE project, whereby teachers could then view the projects and try them in their own school. This also allowed schools to contact each other to plan further collaborations and indeed share resources, thereby creating informal school networks. And legacy planning. In many schools, a detrimental effect of teacher turnover from year to year is seen. To mitigate the impact of such a scenario, schools have created training material and documentation which can be passed on to new champions, such as to create a continuous and uninterrupted line of support for teachers. The Rural School Innovation Roadmap demonstrates ways on how the digital gap suffered by school communities from remote areas can be reduced by connecting students. Students will have modern, connected, and constructive learning spaces equipped to support engaged, personalized learning. Developing teachers. Teachers will have the development, support, and resources they need to integrate digital tools within the learning environment. Saving time. Support staff will benefit from school management tools that minimize manual tasks and maximize time to focus on teaching and learning. Access to digital tools. School communities will have access to digital tools and connectivity for effective communication and collaboration. More quality teaching. All staff will be able to partner with our country schools to help close the gap in access to high-quality teaching. Professional support. All schools will be able to share teaching excellence with professional support in the classroom, the school, and the region. In conclusion, learning from the Extremes project provided an insight on how schools have transformed into learning hubs and will be the pioneers for next actions and project ready to provide peer support to colleagues and a window to the world to the local communities. Digital technologies and broadband access have the potential to boost more inclusive and sustainable growth by spurring innovation, generating efficiencies, and improving services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sofia. It was a pleasure to have this journey together for these past 2 years. So I think that you already understand that it's someone else's. What is your presentation?
Yeah, it's called P7. It's in the, yeah, there it is there.
So here to present how impactful our project was, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Richard Hart from Trinity College Learnovate Center, Trinity College Dublin. Richard.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, okay. Well, as Nico said, I'm going to present on the impact of the Learning from Extremes project but I am not going to insult your intelligence by repeating anything that Sophia has already lined out, because she covered a lot of things really well. So if there are any slides where I feel like I'm kind of just repeating what she said, I'll skip past them to save you death by PowerPoint. It's the last PowerPoint of the day, guys, so let's stick with it. And after this presentation, we're going to show you a short video from Cyprus, which is going to sum up the impact better than the slides could, I think. So that's coming at the end. So like Sophia said, the core objectives were connecting students, developing teachers, saving time, more access to digital tools, more quality teaching, more professional support for teachers. So if you break it down into a very simplified 5-step process, this is what the LFE project was. It was schools getting funding based on their needs analysis and project proposals. We did a pre-measurement period where we got them to fill out self-reflection tools, teacher questionnaires, student questionnaires to measure where they were currently at. Then they got their technology, they implemented their technology, and we carried out the same measurements again. Distance traveled between pre and post measures. So if you look at our objectives on the left, we then have our stakeholder layers in the next column, which is our school management layer, our community level layer, our classroom layer, our teacher layer, and our student layer. So we're looking at the different layers with a lens and seeing the impact on each layer. We have to ask ourselves, what can we measure? We can't measure everything. We need to be able to put a number on some things. We need to be able to measure some things simply by talking to people. So, can we measure e-maturity? Can we measure innovation? Can we measure openness? Can we measure engagement? And so on. So we have to ask ourselves, what can we actually measure? And then we need to come up with instruments that we feel can measure those things. Self-reflection tools, interviews, teacher surveys, engagement with the LFE portal. So these are all things where we can measure engagement, measure impact. So we have to decide on those things, and then we have a timeline. So it was a 2-year project, and to be honest, there was a lot condensed into 2 years. So you can see even in this simple graphic, we had a project timeline where let's say the project in its real sense only started in December 2022, because that's when the schools started to get their technology. They had secured their funding, they're starting to get their technology, they're starting to implement it. So that's when our pre-measures started. Our self-reflection tool that Dr. Sophia had already outlined, our pre-teacher and student questionnaires. We also had other work packages working in the background, where we had some of our researchers conducting workshops with teachers to establish what their vision for the technology was, how they reflected on the use, how they summed up the use. We did teacher interviews. Myself and my colleague Maria from Finland ran a series of teacher interviews starting in July 2023, where we, in the summer school in Marathon, and then we did our post measures. Starting in November 2023, we started collecting the same data again to see what the impact was. And that all fed into Sophia's wonderful rural innovation roadmap that she already outlined. This is probably interesting for some of you. Maybe I know some of the schools today already presented some of their projects and what technologies they've been using, but I thought it was interesting to see just a couple of examples of the technology profiles of different countries. It was interesting to see that schools did not necessarily all just purchase iPads or Chromebooks. There was a real spectrum of different types of technology for the different needs within the classroom. So for example, in Ireland, we had Chromebooks and iPads, but we also had niche devices such as robots, NAT routers, which is a type of device that replicates IP addresses, which means you can get more devices onto your network, and other internet hardware, which probably symbolized that they had a lot of problems with internet, so they bought boosters, they bought TP-Link kind of equipment. In Greece, the Greeks are very creative. We see 3D printers, we see microscopes, we see telescopes, we see microphones, we see all sorts of robotic equipment. So again, a different profile of technology in this country. And then Cyprus, wow, Cyprus is like, augmented reality, virtual reality, some types of robotic kits that I've never even heard of, microcontrollers, Arduinos, programmable logic devices. So again, we're seeing the different profiles. So technology is not a one-size-fits-all. The schools were buying things depending on their needs and what they felt their students would find engaging. So what happened? Well, let's hear from the teachers. So again, I'm describing impact at community level, school management level, classroom level, teacher level, student level. Where do we start? Well, you talk to the teachers. Things that a survey won't tell you. So you go and actually talk to teachers face to face, beside the swimming pool in Marathon, or beside on the beach in Marathon, sometimes over Zoom if we couldn't meet them in person. So they described what the impact was at different levels. Again, I'm not going to read out some of these. Sophia already addressed some of them. You saw some of them in previous presentations that the schools made earlier today. But massive efforts for the schools to involve their local community, technology demonstration days, outreach days, parental involvement days, establishing themselves as learning hubs within the community, creating STEM centers where they invite other schools, so they become the beacon in the community, not just for other students in the community, but for the whole community. This school in Greece, Jan It Sahori, that's the second time I've butchered the pronunciation of that. You'll have to accept my apologies. But you can see from this quote alone, they're inviting family members to participate in activities. They had cooperation from the Athens Observatory, and the people from the observatory came to the school and they invited all the community to participate. So that quote alone shows you the involvement. At the management level, schools are choosing the right technology, they're developing transformation plans, they're creating internal champions, they're building up their ICT support networks, they're creating legacy plans, and yeah, you've heard some of that in Sophia's presentation. I think the interesting one here is probably the one in Bulgaria where it's all about propagation. So one person takes on the role as the internal champion, you propagate it throughout the rest of the school. You create new champions and they propagate a bit more. You pay it forward. Classroom level, this is where the rubber hits the road. The impact at classroom level, making teaching and learning more efficient, improved Wi-Fi connections, increased engagement, better control of the classroom, improvement in digital literacy skills, not just with students, but also teachers. They can differentiate now students, they can split them into different groups and use different types of technology with them. And a balanced approach to technology. Technology is not going to solve every problem in a school. Sometimes you have to feed it into different activities. Technology can't just be the learning. Technology is a tool for learning, and I think teachers really recognize that. This was a good one from Finland. So now that they have portable devices in the classroom, they don't have to move the students to the designated computer room. So that saves time. It's more efficient, gives the teacher better control of the classroom. At the teacher level, new learning opportunities for teachers. We saw today how eager teachers are to learn for their own professional and personal development, but also just to be better teachers for the students. Teacher competence and confidence in technology is improved. We actually have quantitative measures of that, which I'll share in a few minutes. And learning is just more collaborative. Teachers and students are talking to each other more. And this is all just coming from the teachers. I'm not assuming any of this. This is what the teachers are telling us. So technology has facilitated improved communication and collaboration among teachers. So this is a school in Italy. We only had one Italian school on the project, but they really were an exemplar of involving teachers and students as equal stakeholders in the technology and also involving the wider community. And finally, at student level, needless to say, students love technology. They're more motivated, more engaged and creative. Again, we have quantitative measures for that, which I'll share with you in a couple of minutes. Improved confidence, increased participation, which I think is important. So we saw a measured increase in quantitative measures of the students' perception of their own voice and of student-teacher relationships. Increased collaboration, and a lot of schools in the last 2 years have had influxes of different types of migrants, of asylum seekers, refugees coming from different parts of the world, in particular Ukraine. So the technology has come at the right time for some schools because they're using the technology to help integrate students, whether it's through teaching them about cultural differences or simply enhancing translation abilities in the classroom. This is from Croatia. So this teacher in Croatia is basically describing that the students want to bring the technology home so they can continue the projects outside of school. So if that doesn't show you an increase in student motivation to learn, I don't know what does. Can we see quantitative change? So this is all qualitative data. So can we measure any of this and say, yes, there's been an X% increase in this measure and an X% increase in that measure? So maybe just I'll invite my colleague Menelaos from ScienceView, and I know Sophie has already presented some of the outcomes of the SRT, but Menelaos, maybe if you want to go over quickly the summary data.
Well, the effort was actually to measure the impact that we will have in a school unit level. So that's why we have developed this tool, this self-reflection, that after actually less than a year of interventions in schools, we can observe a very important improvement at the school level of each school, reaching also almost 25% from the first measurement to the second measurement. That means that the school unit improved its status, and this is of course measured in actually three levels. In the management level, where there we are asking schools to reflect on their vision, their strategies, how they are organizing their structures, and so on, concerning interventions relevant, of course, with the objectives of the project, that it is also to include open schooling strategies, immaturity, integrate technologies, and so on. So there are specific statements where the schools are replying to, and we can see in the management level that the improvement, it was almost 26%. There is the process level, where you are taking these strategies and visions and structures, and you are working with them actually in specific processes, specific procedures that the school needs to set and follow. And here, according to the interventions that they done during this period, they improved themselves by 23%. And of course, we are looking also at the teachers' professional development. It is an important aspect for each one